All right, folks, please silence your cell phones, devices, so we can have a meeting. We are about ready to get started, so thank you. All right, so at 6 o'clock, I call this meeting in Saginaw City Council order. Please rise for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated. Item 2 is the invocation. Is Pastor Dennis Hudson here? He said he was going to make it. Okay, maybe he's. Is anyone who would like to give the invocation, either on council or in the crowd? It is open season on invocation. Who would like to do it? If you'll do it, please.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to be here today and enjoy your greatness. Please keep each and every one of us today as we go through the city's business in your mind, and please lead us to do what the citizens want and what your will is. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And just a note about Pastor Dennis Hudson, he has retired, so we wish him well. Sorry he didn't make it tonight, but we do wish him well. We won't see him again, but he's a good man, and we appreciate all he's done for us over the years. So, thank you, Reverend. Audit participation, that is covered on the screen. If there is an item you wish to speak upon, please see the city secretary and fill out one of these forms. I already have a couple. I am. I do have one thing I want to, it was on my desk and I want to forget about it. We're having a city volunteer banquet next Thursday. This is for members of the boards, commissions, committees. Thursday, May 11th in the Saginaw Rec Center. I think this has been sent out, but I just wanted to mention it to folks. And please, if you're on the committee, please come. We'd love to recognize you. We have not done one of these in several years, since pre-COVID, so it's going to be fun. Moving forward, consent agenda. I've had a request to pull items C and F. So, action from A, action regarding minutes of August 18th. B, action regarding purchase of a 200 kilowatt generator for the rec center. D, action regarding purchase and installation of 2 heat exchangers for the police department. E, action regarding renewal agreement between City of Saginaw and Hub International for benefits and tolling services. And G, action regarding letter of support for Tarrant County College District Child Care Infant and Toddler Infrastructure Expansion Proposal. Any questions or comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve agenda items A, B, D, E, and G as presented.
Charlie, second. Please cast your vote. Motion passes. Let the record reflect we do have a quorum, full house. So thanks for coming tonight, folks. So we're going to item C. That's regarding purchase and installation of 2 water heaters for the police department. Police Chief Russell Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. What you have on the agenda here is replacement of 2 hot water heaters for our police facility. The facility was built in 07. One water heater went out about a year and a half or so ago. We have the second water heater pump to take care of the rest of the building, which is a little inadequate, but it is manageable. Since that water heater is going out, so we're talking about hot water for the jail, for our restrooms, lavatories, things of that nature. So this is a bid to replace those water heaters.
Yeah, Council. Cindy, please.
I'm shocked that it took this long to come to council to let us know that this is a problem. You know, in my brain, this is a safety hazard, not only for you, but for your overnight residents that stay there. Hey, try to be nice here. You know, why did this take so long to come before us? It should have been taken care of a year and a half ago when this problem happened.
So the original water heater, when it went out, we felt the best course at the time was to move forward with having the existing water heater to take care of the rest of the building. As I say, it was manageable. When the second water heater went out, there's been a number of the city, vendors who show up, who schedule, but don't show up, who show up and don't provide bids. I mean, it's been an ongoing process. It's not just been set on it. It's something we've been working on. But even in the last 3 weeks or so, we've had a number of vendors scheduled to come look at the project, and for whatever reason don't show up or we're not seeing it. So what you have before you now is the bid that we have received. Had another company scheduled to come out today to look at the possible tankless, the water heater for the facility. And if they showed up, I'm not even aware that they were there, and no one reported in being out if they showed up. So
Okay.
at this point, we're just doing with the bids that we have, which is the one bid.
And I totally understand and respect that. 31,000 in my brain, just knowing what, repairs are around the house, that seems a little high. Do you have this itemized? What are the costs of the water heaters compared to labor?
So we have a overall bid, is what it is. I wouldn't say it's itemized down to every minute of labor costs and things of that nature. So I agree, it seems like a high bid for water heaters, whether they're residential or commercially one. Again, it's the only bid I have in which I work with. So.
Okay. But we don't know how much the actual water heaters cost?
I do.
So if you look at them online, they're roughly $6,000 to $7,000 per unit. Tankless water heaters, the folks that we have talked to about that, they likely require upgrade to the gas supply line to facilitate that and a change in the exhaust ports for that. So what they told us verbally is more expensive than the bid we have now. So we did not move forward with that.
Okay.
The vendor that was supposed to come out today was going to give us specifically a bid on the tankless water heaters to see if that would be a more efficient product to go with. But again, they showed up, I'm not aware of it today.
And if we approve this today, when will this job be finished?
I don't have an answer for that. I've not seen the bid, or don't have it here in front of me to tell you what the completion date was.
Okay.
They acted like it was not an issue to get right on.
Okay. I just don't want to see you guys have to go without any longer than you have to, especially what they're charging us to get it done. They should have it done tomorrow.
I agree.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions on this item?
Yes.
Yeah,
How big are these water heaters?
How many? 60 gallon.
60 gallon? Because when I looked it up online, it said that the warranty that brand usually has is 6 to 10 years, correct?
On the commercial side, yes.
Yes. Okay. Because that's really expensive in my
It
book.
is very.
Yeah, the
And
water
on
heater itself wasn't that
on the
expensive.
commercial
It was
side, I think they offer a model that was up to 15 years on warranty. I don't think that's what we have bid on this, it's the mid-grade on it.
Well, they said the A.L. Smith BTH 120 was 6 to 10 years, excuse me. And so it just seems like that's really high for hot water heater.
I'm not a plumber, but I can tell you, it seems high to me too. But even the first company that came out, which is the vendor that the city home deals with for plumbing issues, verbally told us, looking in the realm of around 40,000. And so, again, they called back, said they were too busy, they couldn't take on the job, and refused to even submit a bid. And so what I have is what I submitted.
Nick, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I looked them up. They're running on the internet. They were running around $7,500. The big thing is efficiency. A standard hot water heater is 80% efficiency. These are 95.
They're high for
Yeah,
everything.
right. They are high. I also reach out to an acquaintance who's a plumber, an actual real plumber, certified, and it's in the ballpark. I mean, it's for this type of installation. So it is expensive. And I did question whether we had to use a commercial one over a residential. And it's my understanding that when you all had it looked at, they said you had to go back with a commercial one, right?
That's what our code enforcement told us.
Yeah.
That it was actually regulated under state law.
State law. So we're unfortunately, state law says that we have to use this, and it's that expensive.
Now, in addition to that, we are still seeking vendors and bids.
Yeah.
What you have before you right now is that cost, but if we
So
But
you're not
the-
dead set on this company doing this right now?
It's the only bid we have, so it's the only thing we're considering as a possibility unless we receive something else. But we are still talking to vendors as we're having them come out today.
But
So it-
this vendor is on the state list of,
The bid you have before you, yes, he's on
Yeah.
state contracts.
he's on state contracts, right? You know, this isn't, it's kind of approved by the state that they're saying that this is a fair.
Well, I mean, and just from a personal perspective, I don't know how the rest of the council feels about this, but even if you have to do a patchwork fix, I think it should be brought to the council and let us know that, you know, this is going to be a potential. We don't want you guys to have to sit, you know, without hot water for a year or two again,
Right.
or anything else. I mean, you guys have been putting up with a lack of air conditioning for a while as well.
A while longer still.
Yeah. So, you know, we got to take care of you. And, you
That
know, we
might
can't do
balance
anything
it
if we
out.
don't know it.
No air conditioning, cold water. Doesn't work that way, does it?
No, we are actually using paper coolers and water coolers as
Swamp
we
coolers.
see
Yeah.
right now on that AC unit.
Yeah.
All right, other questions? Excuse me. Other questions on C? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve C as presented.
I'll second that.
In a second, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief. Item F, action regarding 2023 Employee Survey Work Plan Project. Pedro Zambrano, Communications Manager. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. If you recall, back in February of this year, you guys approved the 2023 work plan. Part of that work plan was a employee survey. So staff took it upon themselves to find the best way, and the best way to do that is to have a third party come out to do the survey. Best example is if you work at Walmart and you have somebody from corporate come get an employee survey, you're not going to answer it correctly. You're going to be a little biased because you don't want to get in trouble by corporate. That's why we're reaching out to OnPoint Insights, who is Ron, who did our citizen survey this past year, to do the survey for our employees. And it's going to be $4,000 coming out of the general fund balance. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have a question. I don't think this is very anonymous. I read over it, and the first three questions, you can figure out who's who. And I don't think they're going to be very blunt to the point, because they're not going to, there's no animosity to it. It's just,
Yeah, so these questions were given to us by Ron, who has done this before in other cities. I did send this out as well to the council. If y'all have feedback, y'all could definitely reach out to Ron and reach out to him about that.
I just feel like it wasn't very anonymous, so I don't think anybody's going to, not very many people would be very honest in their answers.
No.
Okay, yeah, we could definitely take it in consideration.
I feel the same way. I didn't respond to Ron because I didn't want to overwhelm him with 7 different opinions. I thought it would be much better if the council got together and decided on what those questions should be, and then we send one list of questions to Ron. I think that's be far more effective use of his time and resources. But I agree with Valerie. There's not a single question in here that I would be willing to approve of.
Okay, well,
Not a single question? None? Not one?
It's not very anonymous.
so what we could do, what we did last year for the citizen survey, is y'all could send me an email with your responses, and I'll send that to Ron. That's what we did last year for the citizen survey.
And then let us review the collective questions that we have and then decide from that, trim that down.
Did you say you want to resend it to you?
Once you collect all of our responses, then, go ahead and reorganize that the way you think it should be. Remove duplicate questions and things of that nature. Send
Yeah.
it back out to us because somebody may submit a question that somebody else didn't think of. So I'd like for us to review it before you forward it on to Ron.
Okay, but again, y'all can also reach out to Ron too. He's expecting 7 responses as well. He's looking forward to that.
I just don't think that's a smart way to work.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to your responses. Do we have a time frame y'all want to do this?
Yeah, is there a time frame? Because this is going to take a while. What we're describing is
So
it's
if you
gonna
look
take a
at
bit of time.
the packet, page 2, there's a Gantt chart with just the proposed time frame. He sent this off if we propose to start this April 2nd, but that is movable with time. It looks like it's going to take about 6 weeks to complete. We are not in the middle of the year yet, but it's something to consider because it's already May, and next you know it's going to be December 31st before we know it.
Yeah, as a city, is there a time frame we want to get it done in this budget year, or is there any reason, do we have a time frame? That's sort of my question.
I would say there's not any consideration to complete it this fiscal year because it's not budgeted. It will have to come out of fund balance, but I think the sooner the better, so we can enact those changes.
Let's work backwards then. How long, once you all send it to the employees, do you plan on having it before you close it and can crunch the data? A month, a week, 2 weeks?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 days is what
13 days?
Ron is
Okay.
proposing.
Yeah, that's pretty. So you just go back, okay, can the council agree to get their questions in, say, by the end of this week?
I think that's fair. Yeah, let's move quickly.
And we send them to, I mean, there's two ways I guess we could do this. You could either send them to him, or you could have three of us with a subcommittee. I don't know.
Let's send them to Pedro, and send them to Pedro.
Send them to Pedro? I'm good with that.
Send them back out, and we can do that, and let's get that done quickly.
So if we get them to you by Friday, if you don't get something, then that assumes that we think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, right?
Sounds good.
And then can you be ready to represent it by the
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
next meeting?
Yeah.
Do we have to do that? We just send them back to us.
I would have to send it back to Ron so he could give us his responses
Ron
back.
and-
Yeah.
But I'm assuming we'd table this to the next meeting, right?
It's going to be a quick
What
turnaround.
the council wants to do. So do you think we can do this by the next meeting?
I believe that's going to be a quick turnaround, just because the agenda has to be posted by Wednesday. I think we could.
First meeting of June.
We could do definitely the first meeting in June.
We have to rush everything.
Yeah, just because,
That would be the 6th.
Yeah, 6th of June.
just for the local government code, we definitely want to give enough time for all of us to.
That gives us 5 weeks for the first meeting in June. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Would that give you enough time?
It should give us enough
I
time.
can get it to Ron and get it back to him. That's fine.
Okay. That'll-
Okay. So step 1, council feedback to Pedro by the end of the week. Everybody can be good with that? All right, any other questions on this? Any other questions for Pedro?
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Cool. Thank you.
I will entertain a motion.
Do we need to table it?
What the council wants to do.
Okay, Mayor, I suggest that we table this until we get our answers to, our questions to him
Just say it.
until June 6th, okay. As presented, how's that?
Cindy, second? Yes, you vote. Thank you, Pedro. All right, moving forward. Item number 5, discussion of veteran-owned business bidding preferences. Bryn Meredith and Rick Russell. Bryn, you going to start with you?
Absolutely, and I'll be brief. And first of all, I just want to apologize for being late. I was in walking distance to City Hall for about the last half an hour, enjoying the trains go by. So I visited with Gabe about this issue and discussed it briefly with Kim. So long as strict lowest competitive bid is not required, you can always define the criteria by which a contract will be awarded, and that criteria can include a veteran-owned business. So what I did candidly discuss with Gabe is I'm not a veteran, so I welcome anybody's thoughts on how to qualify somebody as a veteran. I'm not sure what level of evidentiary proof is necessary, but I'm certain there's some ordinances that have already been prepared for other cities, and so it's just more of a logistical issue than a legal issue.
Bryn, in what circumstances would the lowest bid trump this or take precedence over this?
First of all, if we advertise it as the lowest responsible bid, then it has to go to the lowest responsible bidder, and you can't award it to anybody else. There are also certain federal grant-related procurement requirements. If we receive grant funding, also from the state, we're going to be required to follow their procedures and not implement our own or modify the weighting of the criteria.
But that wouldn't be the majority of the bids.
No, the majority of, that's right, the majority of the projects, we could include this as a weighted element if we would like.
Okay. All right, Rick, come on up.
Thank you, Brendan. Nice introduction, because I'm going to add on to what you just said, so thank you very much. So Rick Russell, 800 Reading Drive, Saginaw, Texas. What I've included in the presentation for you, Brent, did you get one? Did they give you one? Okay, good, thank you. Is the first slide you'll see there is really the definition of a veteran-owned small business. This is what the government defines it as. Now, the nice thing, and Brent, please correct me if I say anything wrong, but what Brent alluded to is the city has a lot of flexibility here, I believe. And that's what I'm going to present to you tonight. And I'd like you to think about this as this is a stepping stone. You'll see that in my summary. This is a stepping stone to include hub businesses. And what that is historically underutilized businesses. So not only is it veterans, but I've seen lots of women come up here and present that owned businesses. They're considered part of hub. I've seen minorities. They're considered part of hub. It just so happens veterans are included in that category as well. So this is to me, this is a really nice step up for the city if we choose to implement something. And again, we have the flexibility. We could do a preference in the bidding process. I've reached out to several cities, including Bedford. Bedford has a really good policy, I believe, that says for contracts and purchases between $5,000 and $30,000, don't quote me on that, but it's a pretty decent amount. They must contact 2 hub businesses. And that's pretty good. It doesn't say they get a preference, but they just have to reach out to them and say, are you interested in letting us purchase this through your business? So they still qualify as the lowest bid, but they kind of get an inclusion that they're not getting currently.
Excuse me, Mr. Russell. Just to be clear, the city of Saginaw currently does do that.
Okay.
When we're required to take bids, 2 of them must be from hubs. And disabled veterans are currently categorized in
by state.
That's right.
That's correct. So what I'm recommending for us to look at as a city is, do we include the veterans that are in the hub at the state have to be 100% disabled, if I'm correct about that. So is that where we want to draw the line? And speaking of the veterans in the hub, any veteran-owned business has to be registered with the state of Texas. They go through the controller's office and to get, for instance, if I opened a veteran's business today and it's 51% owned by a veteran, I don't have to pay a state franchise tax for 5 years. So there's benefits, and the state's looking out for that.
So how do we brought this up? How do you prove that you're a veteran? What do you
the city can look at the state registry.
Well, the state's already done the vetting.
Yes. Now some cities, and I discovered this in some of the cities of West Texas, they keep their own registry. They know the local businesses, and they know which ones are owned by veterans, and they're just keeping their own registry. I personally don't recommend that, but that's up to the city to decide if they want to choose that path or not. We have a lot of veterans in Saginaw, a lot of veterans. I don't know how many own businesses, but I think this is beneficial with respect to looking into moving the program legally down the road. What are the benefits of a program? I think you can see the benefits there. I think it's nothing but positive for the city. The studies that I've looked at, including contacting the city of Fort Worth, they're actually seeing competition when the vendors know that they're competing with these businesses. San Antonio, when I talked to San Antonio, they indicated the same thing. Is this going to happen the first bid? No, it's not going to happen the first bid. Is it going to happen the second one? I can't guarantee that. What I can tell you is the other cities that I've talked to over time, the vendors will discover that we offer this program. So there is increased competition. What the amount is, I can't stand here and tell you what the amount is. What I can tell you is it looks like a pretty inexpensive program, if not, aside from Bren's fees, and I'm, with all due respect, Bren, but it looks like a pretty simple program to implement, especially since the state is maintaining the registry. And I do believe, on the one slide you'll see, I do believe this is a really, really good stepping stone for Saginaw to advertise, whether it's just veterans, whether it's complete hub. You know, it's a really good way to advertise what our purchasing. On the Bedford website, it's clearly out there what their purchasing procedures are. So it's very nice. Retaining talent. I found this one interesting as I was doing my research, is some cities have hired away from the veterans' businesses. So I don't know, where's Melanie? HR?
To the corner.
I don't know what our policy is on veteran preference for hiring, but some of my research indicated that the cities were actually stealing from these businesses. And based on the last few council meetings I've attended, we need to hire people. So is this a positive? Potentially. I can't guarantee it, but if the city becomes, you know, renowned for that, I think it would be. So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Any questions for Rick? Mary?
Yes, Mary.
I'm just curious, when they talk about disabled veterans, are they including mental health issues in that, or do you know?
All I know, Mary, is 100% disabled, and I'm sure we would be breaking all kinds of HIPAA laws if they went into detail on that.
I defer to Brent. Yeah.
I'd have to look that up, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So,
But that's a good question.
maybe if you have if you are declared to have PTSD, maybe that would be considered a full disability. I don't know. But I do think that if the mental issues are not included, that would be a good way to allow them to be included by not causing them to be, not requiring them to be 100% disabled.
Yes.
So I think that's a good idea.
And a scenario is if you had a 100% disabled veteran and they resold PCs. They're not coming into the city. They're not around our employees at the city. They're not, they're basically, here's your box. So we give it to the IT director and he sets it up. That's a scenario that's a possibility. If they're out digging a ditch for the city or pouring a sidewalk, I think the flexibility in the programs I've researched is the city can kind of be pretty flexible about it. And yes, it is very beneficial for us to have a program like this. But I also believe that we could put some policies in place, whether it be through purchasing, where'd Gabe go? There he is. Whether it be through purchasing, whether it be through subcontracting, there's lots of opportunities, I think.
So that we're not confusing, we already abide by HUB, and HUB already has disabled veterans in it. So what this is saying that any veteran would get preferential.
Well, any veteran that can register with the state of Texas,
right.
And that's the business has to be owned by 51%.
Right.
The veteran has to own it. There is the state and the state controller's office. They have the restrictions.
Right. I just want to make everybody again clear that we're not talking about disabled veterans because that's already covered. We already do that here. We follow through the state. Right? Am I correct? So that's good. This is, and don't get me wrong, that I'm very pro-veteran. I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about here, and it's extending this to all registered, however that's through the state or however it's done,
Right.
to veterans. To me, some things that I would need answered, and I guess, Kim, one, how hard would this be for us to manage? And then two, we do need to put some boundaries around this, right? So I really like the one here in San Antonio where they said 5%. Boom. I know exactly then what the cost could be to the city, because we're giving them a preferential treatment. They can come in 5% higher than any other bid, and they would still get it. I'm okay with that. So these are kind of the things I guess I would lean back to Gabe, you all, to kind of help put whatever this would be. What kind of policy would we recommend?
Well, we currently have a preferential, it's 105% of the lowest bid for locally owned businesses.
Okay.
So we certainly could add veterans. My main concern is we don't have a purchasing department. I mean, it's decentralized, but it may not be as big of a deal if there is a state registry, because we don't have the staff in the city to go research what's a veterans-owned business, what's 51%. So if it's as easy as looking it up like it is on the Hub registry, then it probably wouldn't be any more.
And if it's okay with you, I think I have the link to that registry. I can send it. I mean, you're the one that has to do it, not me.
Yeah, we have a written purchasing policy, and we have that link. The departments are all well aware of what the Hub link is, and we would just add the veterans link, if that's your desire.
So I guess my question, again, I'm very pro-vet, but should we give Kim and people enough time to research this and come back and let us know, you know?
Absolutely. We're going to have to do some work on this as well to start with an ordinance and what would be involved. So there's a lot of work. We can't finalize tonight, but we can give the go-ahead. That would be the thing. And I like it, not having our folks do the vetting, him saying to the state. That makes a lot of sense. I don't want to add more burden on our people.
Neither do I.
And if through the state, if they're not registered, say, please register the state, then come back and talk.
Exactly.
That sounds reasonable.
Very reasonable, Mayor. I mean, that's what was promising about the research I did.
That's a good idea.
And when I talked to the city of Fort Worth, a lady by the name of Gwen Wilson, they can't stop talking about it. The registrations, I don't, at least, now she was pro speaking about it, but all she could do is say good things about it. So,
Other questions for Rick? Cindy, please.
One of the things that I want to see happen with this is that it's well advertised. I just don't want us to do it and then just sit there. I want to make sure we get the word out to these veterans and these veteran-owned businesses that, hey, you know, we're expanding this. We want to welcome you to come in and participate. The other thing I noticed in your presentation, just because I dealt with the military in my entire working career, is that a lot of the cities that you have listed here are not cities with military bases. So we have NASJRB here in Fort Worth. We have a lot of people here that still work over there, that still shop there. And even though we're not a military city, like I said, you have several non-military cities here that support veterans, and I think this is one of the directions that Saginaw should go to put us on the map.
and so Kim, you may hate me after I say this, but I did searching on our website for the purchasing and the Hub, and I just couldn't. I would have, trust me, I would have put it on here if I'd have seen that Saginaw had that, but I couldn't find it on our website, so I apologize.
Any questions for Rick? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I have one card to speak on this, and any others please come up. Mr. John Pete. Oh, Brenda, you want?
Oh, I was just going to add quickly, I'll be in Bedford for their council meeting next week. I'm happy to talk to their purchasing manager about the policy and the implementation.
Great idea. Please. Yes, sir. Mr.
Evening. If y'all implement this, I think that any veteran-owned business would meet and exceed the requirements, and they'll over-deliver. especially on a Veterans Park. Okay, so Mr. Russell's done a lot of good research for y'all. He's given you some examples. So just follow through. And you'd be you'd be proud of it. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. All right, folks, any other questions? I think. So we need to give direction. I think our direction is thumbs up. Please move forward.
Yep.
Anybody? Yes. Everybody good with that? Come back, Brent, and work with Kim and get a proposal together and an ordinance, and we'll talk about it. So we'll do. Is that good? Everybody clear? All right. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Appreciate it. Move forward. Item number 6, consideration action regarding individual project 4 with Kimley Horn Associates for 2023 Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. For that, Director of Public Works, Randy Newsom.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is coming to you, recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Board, something that they really want to get going on. We're going to bring it to council, and there was a request for a meeting. We had Councilman Lawson, Chairman St. Clair, Laura from Kimberly Horn, and staff in a meeting to go over the concept plan and kick it around. And Councilman Lawson had some things that he wanted to see added that were things that come to him from residents in discussion with those folks. And so we changed the plan up and took it back to Parks and Recreation Board because it involves some more detail to it. And I've got Laura here to present and kind of get in the weeds with y'all for this. But this is something that would be funded from the Parks Bond Fund. And I'll just turn it over to Laura and let her.
Welcome. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laura Presley. I'm with Kimley Horn, landscape architect. I'm here to answer any questions y'all may have. I don't have a presentation, so to speak. I just want to make sure y'all's questions are answered.
All right, Council. Questions for Laura? We got the expert right here. Yes, Mary.
The part where you're going to talk about different athletic fields, et cetera, in 2 different parts?
Yes. So part of this was feedback to provide a concept design for a soccer complex at Belt Mill, and then a concept for William Houston to be a multi-use recreation fields with potentially softball, playground improvements, kind of a different use than soccer. However, it wouldn't be it's just conceptual design. So,
well, I was wondering if a pickleball court could be included in some of your.
Yes, we can certainly include that. I know the one at Highland Station is a dual tennis pickleball, and that's been popular.
But people have been asking for one that's just dedicated to pickleball. So I think that would be good to look at.
I've heard the same feedback, Mary. Absolutely. I mentioned that to Mr. St. Clair a couple times.
I'm a little concerned. I know when we talked about this, when we approved the Parks Master Plan several months ago, one of the things that the Parks Board said they approved it without the splash pad, but that was not removed from the document at that time. We paid, correct me if I'm wrong, $100,000 for that document.
I'm not sure what the fee that you all paid for that
It was somewhere in that ballpark, because I remember we were talking about it. Now we're looking at another $113,000 just to amend this document. That seems, once again, excessive to me. Difficult pill for me to swallow. I'm really torn on this because it was my understanding that when we approved what we had at the last time for that master plan, that it was easily modifiable, but I didn't realize it was going to cost us to make those changes. We should have made them the last time. That's my big concern.
So,
Mr. Mayor, I might ask Councilmember Lawson to describe some of his desires. He weighed in on the scope, and then I may put the Parks Board chair on the hot seat to describe the discussion. If that's helpful, I think it would be.
Okay.
So the request was a few kind of punch list items that were part of your work plan?
Yeah, so originally when we reviewed this a year ago, I was probably the most critical of the document. I'll come right out and say that. Wasn't happy with it. The document as a whole, these are the big ticket items I've seen. One, even though we did spell out our paths, we didn't really have a concurrent way of tying the paths together. And like some cities take, and they got walking trails, but then they'll come out and they'll hit the existing sidewalks to get to another area. Ours doesn't do that, and it didn't have a comprehensive plan of even how we would go about phase one, phase two, getting even the trails together on, north and south side or whatever it is, each side of the railroad track. So that was one of the big ticket items that I was unhappy with. Another one that I asked for was a big thing that we get is people asking for trees. And if you walk through our parks, both of our big parks, we got a lot of trees even dying. We got big spaces missing. And so one of the things I asked for is, could we just go through our parks and say, Willow Creek Park, we need this many trees with a conceptual overlay, understanding that we're going to put some other things in it where those trees would go. And then from that, we could then start saying, okay, we can afford to say put in 10, 20, 100, whatever type of trees it is each year, and we can begin to slowly but surely eat that pie of getting the trees done. Because everybody knows that you plant a tree, it really takes about 15 years before it really starts providing shade. So that was another big thing I thought that our comprehensive plan was missing a huge opportunity on. The next one was specifically at Highland Station. I don't know who came up with it, but I can tell you nobody living around Highland Station right now in the park master plan has a big old huge nasty parking lot right in the middle, right where the skating park is. I can guarantee you, if you want protesters, go over there and try to put a parking lot in the middle of their park. It's bad. And we even had, when we had citizens show up. So, and unfortunately, that's still in that plan. So that was something, in fact, I even mentioned, we need to get that out of there. It's there. It's a thorn. The citizens who live around there don't want it. In fact, they're passionate about it. These are some of the big ticket items that I came back with on it. I also was an advocate of, I hear a lot of people talking about, why can't we have a pond like, and I'll give an example, a Bear Creek over in Keller. Why can't they have a pond like that where you can have picnics around it? They have fishing things for the children of a summer. They do catfish. Of a winter, they do they turn rainbow trout loose. I've taken, when my kids were little, I took them there all the time when they had 3 different releases throughout the year, the winter months. And so that was another thing that I asked to look at. The other thing that during that was looked at is get an overall assessment of what shape each one of our parks' playground things is. And not so much as ADA, because when they were put in, there was no such thing as ADA. So it's, are they safe within general, or are they at the end of life? Is it could be fixed up? And so those were the major things that when the overall thing came up, I had major concerns. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I thought they were critical. Then at the beginning of this year, when we came up and I asked for it to be on a work plan, those were the things that I spoke up against and asked, hey, could we take another bite at this apple, so to say, and add these things in? And so that's my vision on that. So that's a brief of where I was coming from and asking for, because I'm the one that asked for this to be on the work plan, because I wasn't willing to give up to get it to what I thought was a good document that took us into the future of how we really wanted our parks to look and be. So that's where that is. Concerning things on this, what you brought up, Gabe and you all answered back. I sent not a ton, maybe a half a ton of questions in. A lot of them got answered. The one I did have is I keyed in on when you talked about the tank or the pond, or wherever you're from in the United States. Some people call it tank, some people call it pond. It said that you wouldn't, within your estimate, wouldn't consider hydraulics. And me being an engineer, I know exactly what you meant by that. You mean that to put a well and have an offline, or what do you want to call it, tank. So in other words, over there where we were talking about in Willow Creek, the big, to me, just outside looking in, we got flooding. If I have a pond there, when it rains a lot, the water goes in there, that raises up, and it's a flood control type of thing. Now, I know that there's some special improvements we have to get either through, since it's a waterway, maybe through FEMA, because FEMA's the one that controls all of that, and probably through the Tarrant County Water Authority. I don't know. But to me, it's at least working through it and tell us how much pain it would be to go through these to get it put in line versus digging it over there and then the city having to pay a continual cost to fill it up from a well. In fact, that'd be a hard sell for me to agree to put one in and then have to put a well in for us to support and then pump water. So anyway, that's my two-bit. Hope that answers it.
Yeah, just a couple questions for or comments for the council to consider. So, everything, of course, has a cost. A master plan, a comprehensive plan, they're long-term planning documents. They're not design documents. So the intent is to give that to staff, Randy, and then the Parks Board to be able to prioritize our Parks bond dollars, which are already being spent, thankfully. So I think we're very close with the new playgrounds or the replacement playgrounds in Highland Station. And then the Parks Board has the difficult work of, picking out and making a recommendation on priority. The other benefit, some of these projects, especially like this is quite a debate, tank or pond, and this may take a couple hours to settle down. Fishing hole, okay, I like that. The benefit of having correct and accurate planning documents is that we intend to in the future apply, like with Texas Parks and Wildlife, for grant match fundings, and so if the Parks Board, the community says, hey, we really want a pond, then we've got some options. So that's kind of the long term. But again, these are not design documents. To Councilmember Big Horse's point, there was previous mention of splash pads. I think with the issue in Arlington, which may have happened shortly after our park master plan, there is not the sentiment related to splash pads and
Yes, speaking specifically on splash pads, that was a citizen request when we were doing public engagement, and then we developed a master plan, and then it was quickly determined that was not a desire any longer. But we had already developed the master plan when that kind of made the flip.
Also, citizens, when you asked them, hey, you want a splash pad? They go, oh, yeah, that'd be great. And then you tell them it's going to cost them $1 million plus $40,000 a year maintenance. They decide that they will take a water hose out in their front yard with their kids. So
we had slip and slide.
That's right. So again, it's to me, it's one of the things. If you ask people what they want, they give you, but when you give them the price tag, then the realization kicks back in. So yeah. Anyway, it's good. I'd really like to get it to. I'd really like to get our long-term parks to where it's really a vision. I mean, if there's stuff in there, and there is, in which we absolutely know that we're not going to do in the foreseeable future, unless at least 4 of the council members want to go against the will of the citizens and where that park is over there, there will never be a parking lot built in the middle of that park. There'll be people out there with signs protesting over that. They're that passionate about it. I live over there, I know. So So see, to me, that's something that shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be in there. I don't know how it got in there. The 2 parking lots that's there on each side is never filled. In fact, the only time they even get close to filled is when the school lets out and people's using it as staging to pick their kids up. Yeah. So anyway, I'll quit beating a dead horse.
And there's that dead horse reference again.
Council, other questions? Questions for Laura?
I just want to, make it perfectly clear. I agree with a lot of what you said. I know parks is one of the top priorities. Green spaces is one of the top priorities for our citizens here, and I'm not trying to deny them any of that. My concern is that we brought these concerns up last year, and it's costing us a huge chunk of money that I think could be invested into the parks. And I'm just not really sure why or even how we can justify these costs.
Do we have a breakdown of costs anywhere?
Yes, so the IPO at the very end has a task summary that breaks down the cost of each task. The IPO also has task descriptions that tell you what those are, and then there's also a summary of deliverables right before
and I see that here, but playground visits, $12,000. The assessment for the playgrounds, $20,000. Paul and I were at the TML last year. 5 of the 6 playground vendors said that they could do the inspection and assessment for about $1,500 a piece.
One of the quotes I did receive was $8,000 for all the parks.
So that's considerably less than what you guys are proposing to us, and that trying to be good stewards of the citizens' tax money, that's a huge concern for me.
Yes, so when y'all received that quote, Gabe actually sent it to us, and we had our certified playground safety inspector review the actual scope that they were providing y'all, and so it's our opinion that our scope is greater, and that's why our cost is also greater. So they're going to provide you with a checklist. That's your deliverable that you're getting from them, whereas we're going to provide y'all with a matrix that will help you prioritize improving those playgrounds based on what condition they're in, the scale of magnitude cost of improving that condition, as opposed to just a checklist that shows you this meets this requirement from ASTM, this does not meet this requirement from ASTM. It's similar to what y'all were talking about with ADA, where these were installed a long time ago, and so a lot of the ADA requirements, ASTM requirements, other regulating bodies didn't have the standards that they have today. And so if you're looking at a checklist, a lot of them aren't going to get the checkbox, but that doesn't necessarily tell you what to do about it or how much it's going to cost you to do something about it. Whereas that's what we're looking to provide y'all. And we're planning on having our certified playground safety inspector come out, do the inspections, and develop this matrix with us that will be a tool for y'all to use with this bond, with future bonds that can live and grow with the city.
Yeah, my goal also coming out of this, though, is not just to create a bond, but to actually look and say, what can we start doing and start feeding it into our overall budget, like say the trees, like some of these playground areas where maybe you don't need to forklift the whole thing out. Maybe we just need to retrofit it. I'll use Opal Jennings, where the citizens over there in that area, they're very happy with their park. They want to keep their little merry-go-round, and I know it's nowadays with the woke kids, that's for some reason they consider those as death traps, but that's what they want. Really, the biggest thing, the only thing I've heard in that area is they want a covering where they're not getting baked by the Texas sun. So you take that consideration in. Okay, could we, do some small upgrades to that park, and could we put how much would it cost for us to put just a covering over it and, make the citizens happy? And that's really what it's about. So I'm kind of I'm hoping that we can get something that each year we can do a little bit more, and maybe we do end up also having to do. Well, would that? Hopefully, this is a one-time deal, and we get it right.
$400,000 bathroom at William Houston Park.
I'm sorry.
I said, and we were looking at a $450,000 bathroom over at William Houston Park or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's probably
again,
not
that's
something
not.
we could eat,
I don't think that's necessary or a good use of our money. And it's just, these are the types of things that bother me about how we're spending our taxpayer dollars. And
Well, the problem I got here is I don't have anything from a council member's standpoint for me that I can sink my teeth into and say, this year, this is what we're going to invest money into our parks to make them better for our citizens. I got nothing. I can't tell you anywhere's in the parks, anywhere's documented, other than me just walking through and say, I think a tree needs to go here. I don't have anywhere where we can put trees.
well, and
or
agree,
anything like that.
but investing another $113,000 on top of $100,000, is this going to achieve what we want?
Right. And
that's my concern.
Let's start with what we're getting. I think deliverables is something we need to focus on. Tell us, we get OPCCs for all those, so tell us what exactly that construction cost, what does that mean, and what does that deliver?
So that deliverable would be a spreadsheet illustrating the construction cost for each improvement as a line item spreadsheet. It would also include a contingency cost, and we can include an inflation cost if this is looking to be a long-term plan. I know in the master plan we included an inflation cost because it is a long-term document. So your OPCCs for each of these would be a line item of, mobilization, erosion control, as well as the actual amenities themselves, like sidewalks and playground equipment, shade covers, restrooms. So it would be a heavily broken down line item, OPCC, that would match the concepts that we give y'all. So you would be able to connect those dots.
And then in each one of these concepts, tell me what will be in the concept.
So the concept, excuse me while I flip pages here. So the fishing pond concepts, that would include the pond themselves, its shape. That would also include sidewalk connections, if there was a desire for shade pavilions or picnic areas as part of that, or benches along those sidewalk connections and trails, parking improvements if those were going to be required, if there was a location where there was no existing parking, which I believe the East Saginaw location doesn't have any infrastructure right now. So it would include that parking, and then the OPCC would include those as line items.
Will you have a topography of the pond?
Yes, it would have rough topography of like the general depth of the pond, but the actual under the water topography would be just kind of a mimic of the actual shape itself. So it would be generally evenly graded all the way to its fullest depth. We would consider if it needed to be deeper based on the detention purpose that it's serving, providing like a safety shelf, which is where it's shallower and then gets deeper, so that if someone were to fall, there would be a shallow part where they would land before they would actually go into an 8-foot, 10-foot deep section of water.
The prices you've got on that list, where did they come from?
So
Are
that
those
is
actually bid items, or is that something that you're just putting a cost against, saying this is what it's going to be?
for the OPCC.
Yeah, for any of it.
So our OPCC costs are based on recent bids that we've received. We also look at TxDOT bid item averages. We talk with other offices. We can also talk with contractors that we have relationships with and see kind of what trends they're seeing for costs of items. So we keep a live, updated spreadsheet in-house of typical costs that we kind of maintain every day. And then we can look at specifically if we're talking parking improvements. We just did a park that has parking improvements that was just bid. What's that contractor bidding per cubic yard of concrete? And taking those to create an educated average cost for instruction.
Basically, they're estimates. I mean, we could
Yes.
actually put that up for bid and get a cheaper bid out of it.
That's correct. That would be the goal for our estimate, is always to be conservative so that you all are prepared for what it would cost worst case scenario. But it is an opinion of the probable construction cost.
So over and above what we would pay for this amendment, you're looking $500,000, $4 million for the builds of these things?
Yes, it depends on what your feedback is. So if we come to you all with our initial concept and you want to scale it back or scale it up, then that would change the cost accordingly.
I mean, essentially, you're giving us a pick list. We're giving you a plan and a pick list. We don't have to do everything on the list.
Yes,
We may,
that's correct.
We may never. We may do it in 10 years, 20 years, but there's a list and it's a plan. That's why this whole thing is a plan, a master plan, to say this is what we think we should be, where, how, what, how much we think it's going to cost. That's where the money comes from. You're getting all these details. It's not somebody drawing on a napkin. It's thought out estimates and details from landscape architects and engineers about what would fit right here, what would fit there, why, how. And that's where all the costs come from. That's why you're spending a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but we're getting a document that will do us for many, many years and help the Parks Board and other folks march forward, spending money, seeing what we need to get money, what we want to do to our parks. I mean, this is a big deal. We don't do it very often, thankfully, but we need to have a good one. One thing you didn't mention was, you mentioned in passing about the grants for this. So when this is in place, final in place, what does that mean for grant status? Why do we have to have this for grant status?
So TPWD requires you to have adopted a Parks Master Plan as part of their grant program. They don't require you do something exactly as shown in the master plan, but just to understand that the city has one and has an understanding of the scope and cost of improvements, as well as kind of some general direction. Additionally, TPWD as well as private entities offer alternatives for funding, and that's something that you can apply for, but almost all of them, I would say, would require some level of conceptual plan in order for them to vet you as a reliable grant recipient who's going to take the money and spend it, as opposed to applying without a plan and then the money ends up getting lost in whatever red tape if it isn't spent.
So the master plan we approved last year that we spent $100,000 on does not do that for us right now?
It does do that for you right now.
Okay.
So
So
even-
what's the benefit of spending another $100,000 if we've already got what we need to move forward with grants and things?
So these items are not currently in the master plan. It's feedback that we received after the master plan was adopted. And so we're wanting to roll it into the master plan in order to have it be a viable grant funding option. However, these were items that were identified after the master plan was adopted. That's why they weren't originally in the master plan.
Can we still get grants for those items even if they're not in the master plan?
I don't know that answer. I can find out. My assumption would be no, based on the requirement of the master plan, unless it was something that was identified somehow in the master plan.
So since the splash pad is still in the master plan, even though the Parks Board approved it without that, we can still get a splash pad because the master plan contains it.
So if you
I'm
wanted to...
I'm not real smart in this area, so I got to try to understand.
So you would only apply for grant funding for amenities that you wanted to provide and that you wanted to apply for grant funding to construct. So if there's no desire to construct a splash pad, then there's no tying the city to a splash pad because it's in the master plan.
So why don't you take that out with this revision?
We can certainly do that, but it wasn't in our scope to provide additional revisions. So,
but it was one of those conditions by the Parks Board when this was brought to council.
Yeah,
Before we approved it.
I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here, is to get an updated park master plan. It's a pretty large document, so I mean, if it's the direction to keep updating this, as comments roll in, we can definitely do that. But I think the request from staff was to kind of roll this into one IPO and knock it all out at once. I think, there's a lot more than just amending what we've already got. We're adding a few new parks. We're adding the playground assessment. So I think it's more than just a $100,000 update. We're adding quite a bit of new information in this plan.
Plus the pickleball that hasn't made the list yet.
Yeah, we can roll on monthly updates if that's the request going forward, but I think we try to be efficient and do it kind of in groups. And I mean, we've been talking about this IPO for several months now, so
Over a year. So why
so
can't
we're ready to get rolling on it. I mean,
why can't we just roll these design changes, make these design changes rather than just putting it part of a master plan?
So
I think that would be challenging because with the bond, the parks bond that's right now that you've got right now, the $4 million, I don't think it's staff's goal or recommendation to further design on every single park, right? So I think we're keeping updated concepts as we go, but there's not a consensus on which parks we're going to move forward with this $4 million. So
There's two things that's not in your thing, and I'm trying to figure out for myself, how do we get, is it something else? So one, again, back to the trees, no words in. I can tell you, the 5-year plan and the original parks plan, all it has is a very big statement, put some trees, okay? So one, if you all aren't going to put it in there, then I guess St. Clair, are you going to update it, Adam? So, I hate to put you on the spot.
Well, we're going to hear from Brack in a minute.
Yeah. So, and then the next one is a comprehensive plan on how we link all of our trails together. Even if we're using existing sidewalks, you can change the color and just have something like that where we could show citizens, hey, here's how we tie everything together. So those two are not in that current plan for $100,000. And so if we get that, I can tell you that those are part of the work plan this year. So that means somebody else has to also update it, which is fine. I mean, if you send me the raw version, I don't know, you got it in Word or whatever, I don't know what program it is. Those things that she's talking about deleting, hell, I could have them deleted in, I don't know, half an hour. I mean, it's easy to delete stuff. Adding the stuff is what's hard.
Task 6 is updating the master plan.
Yeah.
We're paying $7,000 for it. What are we getting for the $7,000?
So that task is taking all of the data compiled in the previous tasks and formatting it into the booklet, updating that. Part of that is also presenting the update and getting it adopted, which, includes taking on feedback. Additionally, we have a proposed Parks and Trails map as part of the master plan that shows existing sidewalks and existing trails and proposed sidewalks and trails. It doesn't show every single sidewalk in the city because that would be a chaotic map to look at in an 11 by 17.
That's not what I'm saying. So if I got a trail here in this park and I got one over here, I could come out and I could say, well, here's how you would walk to get to the other trail if you wanted to do a walk. And cities do that all the time. North Richland Hills does that. I can tell you, where they come out and they got they actually got hey, you can run 5 miles here through the trails, but some of the trails comes out and hits a sidewalk. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, we can incorporate the trail comment. That's not a big deal. We're going to handle that with this. The tree, I think we need to discuss further, the tree plan, because it sounds like inventorying every tree in every park, I think, is a decent undertaking.
I didn't say inventory. I said, heck, guys, it don't take a genius to walk through a park and say, we need a tree here. I mean,
so
you don't
each
have
of
to be
the
a
park
professional
concepts
arborist to do that.
That are in the master plan include trees visually on the concept. They also are included in the OPCC. We would not recommend moving forward with tree planting in a park without a plan for what that park's going to look like, because like you said, in 10 years those trees are going to start to be really nice trees and really worthwhile, and you don't want to come in and say, well, that's where our playground actually needs to go. So we incorporate tree planting as part of the holistic design of the park, so that then when you do decide to plant trees, but you don't necessarily have funding available for a new playground, you can still see spatially, okay, this is the space that we've allotted for a playground. So if we're outside of that, which is what our concepts show, then we're in the clear to plant these trees.
So when this gets done, because it's got all of our parks, at the end, you guys will be able to say, let's use Willow Creek because it's bigger, it's our biggest park. Here's the long-term plan of how we envision Willow Park being, and here's how many trees we would need to add in these areas, and here's where we would add them.
Yes, that's correct.
They're gonna let you put,
Huh?
they're gonna let you put them in.
They're going to be the first one. It's easier to put them in than to dig them up, I can tell you that much.
All right, other questions for Laura? Do we want Laura to step aside and hear from other fellow folks? We may call you back, though.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you. So I have a couple more questions on this. Kelly Stewart, I don't see her. Are you there? Oh, there you are. I couldn't see you. I'm sorry, man.
I think Brad probably should go.
Okay. All right.
Is he up there?
He is. Yes, ma'am. I don't want to forget you, okay?
Oh, thank you. That's a little hard to do.
Brack St. Clair, 421 Creek Terrace, Saginaw, Texas. Thanks for calling me up here. I would encourage y'all to not get distracted with the minutia of what we want in the parks for the overall parks plan. It's a parks master plan. So we don't need to know that a tree is going in at a specific spot. We just need it in the parks plan that we've got these features that we want to apply towards for grants, and we want to receive the money from those grants. So we have to have a specific document that mentions it. So we don't have to worry about splash pads. There's no appetite for splash pads. So we're not ever going to, the Parks Board's not ever going to come up and say, we need to put in a splash pad because it's in our master parks plan. So I'm not getting too hung up on what's in the master plan currently. I don't think it's a wise use of our money to turn around and have them start deleting stuff out of the master plan, just because I don't think that's where the money needs to go. I don't think there needs to be those kind of clarifications. I do think we need clarification on if we want a sports complex at Belt Mill, we need to have that in the parks plan so that if we can apply for grants and overcome the cost of that to a degree, then we need to have it in there so that it's available to us. We need to take advantage of every dollar that we can get and bring into the city. And I think the grant money that would become available as a result of updating this plan would far outweigh the cost of the plan to put it in place right now.
So, for example, what kind of grant money do you think is available?
Well, you can have tree grants with arborists on the National Arbor Society. They'll do tree grants and things like that. You have several different organizations, U.S. soccer organizations and places like that, where you can go to and you can submit for grants to build a complex in your city. So that's not very specific, but there are a lot of different organizations that would entertain, as long as it's in our master parks plan, that that's something that we want to do, then they would entertain giving us grant money towards that purpose. And there's federal grants and state grants that we could apply for as well.
Who's going to do the applications for those grants?
Finley Horn has an in-house grant writing group that can assist with pulling together applications as well as administering the grant if funding is received. Different grants have different scopes of administering, so federal grants sometimes require weekly reports of how funding is being utilized, whereas sometimes private entities have a lower involvement required for administering grants, and so depending on which grant depends on kind of what type of scale of involvement you're looking for from somebody to apply and administer. I know Musco does field lighting, and we've done that on past projects through grants. There are also grants for turf grass. Pretty much you name it, somebody's willing to take grant applications for it.
kind of go along with the grants too. I was familiar when they built the Safety Town in Frisco, and they had a lot of work and materials donated by contractors that were working within the city. All the dirt work was donated by Spicola and Rodman, and it saved them a ton of money, and I'd like to see us look into doing that.
Mm-hmm. So I have no problem with being out of scope where the trees go in the master plan, just with the understanding that in our work plan this year, it specifically spells that out. Doesn't say it has to go in the work plan. So, but at the end of the year this year, we're supposed to have which parks need trees and where they go, so that we can actually start working towards each year planting some trees and doing that. That's where
Yes.
you see me. So if it doesn't go in the work plan, that's fine. It's
Go on
just
master plan.
if it doesn't go on the master plan, that's fine.
Yes.
It's still a deliverable in the work plan, so it'll be a separate document.
Absolutely, but the agenda item is for the master plan.
Right, I know.
So I'm just wanting to encourage y'all, when you're thinking about this, please don't think of it as a combination of work plan and master plan.
Okay.
This is just a master plan update, and we can do a different line item for that.
So again, that takes me back to the question. This sounds more like it's a work plan item rather than a master plan item. I think the master plan is only the $7,000 piece,
Well,
maybe the belt mill, but the actual changes that we want to make to our parks are going to be these conceptual designs.
Right now, we don't have, in the master plan, there is nothing about a soccer complex at Belt Mill. There's nothing about a soccer complex.
Okay.
So
that sounds like that may be the only thing that needs to go into the master plan and the rest of it not.
Well,
the ponds.
The ponds are also.
Ponds were if I remember, they weren't there.
There's no conceptual.
No, that was one of the
Not a
questions that came
conceptual,
up.
but we didn't have plans for the bathrooms either.
That's why I voted against it.
So
Let's keep one conversation here, please.
So those are what is that? 4 of the items would be William Houston, the improvements at Belt Mill, and the pond at Willow Creek, and the pond at East Saginaw. The other item is the playground assessment, and we've spent approximately $1 million of the park bond money so far. So that leaves us with $3 million, and the Parks Board needs to have a list of things in a priority of where to go from here. We don't want to spend the $3 million frivolously. We want to make sure that where we're putting it is in the right spot. We don't want to spend the money and then find out, oh, there's another higher priority playground replacement that is imminent, and now we need to come up with another $250,000 to take care of that. So what we want to do is we want to use the effective resources that we've already been given to the best of our ability, and make sure that we're not doing something outside of the scope of. We don't want to get 3 years down the road and discover that we misspent.
Other questions for the chair of the Parks Board? And I appreciate you coming up, Brian. Anything else, folks? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Kelly, you still want to speak? Come on.
Kelly Stewart, 404 Mustang Drive, Saginaw, Texas. I agree. I don't know how many of y'all have ever had to deal with grants, but you need somebody who knows what they're doing, or else it doesn't work. So it sounds like that's one thing, one of the few things I agree with. Number one, as I was looking at this, it's task number 2. The consultant will perform a certified playground safety assessment. Why did this not happen a year ago, 2 years ago? That to me should have been the first thing we did. What out there is wrong and broke? And waiting till now to decide that decision makes no sense to me. Can somebody tell me why I'm wrong?
I don't know why it wasn't done before now. Any ideas why we didn't do this earlier? I mean, we do it in-house all the time.
In-house, we do all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
But
But
Randy's
is this-
folks do it all the time.
I know it was spoken about that somebody from New York was going to
No, they're
come.
actually, Laura, where are they coming from?
Well, you cannot tell me in the Dallas-Fort Worth area there's not somebody that cannot do this.
There is.
I'm sure that there is. We trust our in-house person.
Okay.
If
But-
it was the desire to go a different route.
Okay. So, but to me, we can't go one step without having this done. Because if something gets removed because of that, it's going to change the floor plan. I mean, this makes no sense to me. Okay. And let's go back up to task number 1. Number 2, the meetings. The consultant will prepare for and attend 2 meetings. How many more meetings do we need to have? That it just seems like you're not listening.
Mm-hmm.
We've had them, we've had them, we've had them, we've told you, we've told you, we've told you. I don't, again, this seems frivolous to me.
But don't we get different feedback in each meeting? I mean, that's part of the problem. Different feedback from different
Well-
people, different feedback from different council members. That's sort of why we are today, because we've got feedback over time from different folks. And it's
Okay,
changed. It's
well,
different.
let's get this playground assessment done and let the people know. I know a lot of people were very upset, and I still don't know why the dome got taken away over in Willow Creek Park. That was well used. It's gone, it's now a parking lot.
They said that it wasn't repairable.
Okay, but that's what we need to do here, have it assessed, and when people say things, we have an answer. It's unsafe, it's no longer da-da-da-da-da, okay? All right. Assessing, well, I guess it's the same thing. Assessing all the parks just makes no sense that it's taken so long. The consultant will conduct 1 site visit each location as directed by the client to observe the playground area. The assessment, I am on number 9. If y'all are, I pulled this up. The playground assessment. The assessment will not be exhaustive or extended to every aspect of every existing play component and will be limited to visible. If a consultant's going to come and go to every one of our parks, my next question is, there are so many people that use the parks that don't come to these meetings. And the last time this came up, when this is my perception, the first thing they presented was kind of Disney World, was a little bit unbelievable. In the park there, Opal Jennings Park, they wanted to do so much and did not talk to any of us. One of the things was to put a bathroom in a back corner of the park, where I had just gotten the police department to take a bus cover down because it was a drug drop. Where, I'm the one that's there. I see it, and I know I go to the meetings. Okay. Let's see. I did speak with Brack earlier today, and he calmed me down and got me to understand a lot of things that I wasn't reading very well. And I guess that's about it. I just don't think we're doing this in a real logical way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Laura, you'll come back up and respond to a couple things that came up. So question 1 was on the playground assessment. Is that a safety assessment? Was that a safety assessment? How did that work? And timing and all that good stuff.
So that's something that we would look to complete in June. So we wouldn't be doing all of these at the exact same time. We would want to do this first in May, June, depending on summer vacation schedules for everybody. And we would then be developing that matrix while we are starting to develop concepts for William Houston and Belt Mill and the fishing ponds. Additionally, speaking to the language about it will not be exhaustive or extend to every aspect is just saying we're not doing a subsurface investigation. So if it's a footing underground, we can't speak to the, so it's things that we can see and physically investigate without taking apart the playground. So that's all that sentence is saying.
Samples, you're not taking it apart.
Yes, exactly.
So other questions were, I guess several of the questions are just on all the costs and how it worked out, and is there opportunity to scrub any of this, i.e. reduce the cost? That's going to be a question, I know. We've gone around most of these tasks we want to do. I mean, people want fishing pond, the William Houston Belt Mill, all the good stuff. The question is, can we scrub any of these things to reduce any of this cost? And then also the question is, when can we get it done, and how would that work? So what would be your next steps?
Next steps, if you decided to approve as is, we have already started coordinating with our CPSI, and I know that he's available late May, early June to come out and do the inspections, and that would be our first step. Developing the assessments and developing the concepts would be something that we'd be doing in June, and then we would start bringing those to the city staff to get their feedback, and then we would bring them to Parks Board to get their feedback before bringing them to y'all. I think we have incorporated a generous meetings task because that is feedback that we've gotten, is that we're in need of more public engagement. And so Parks Board meetings are advertised, the agenda is advertised, and that's a way for us to garner feedback from people like Kelly who come and give us that feedback. If we're not scoped to attend those meetings, then we're not going to get that feedback.
So the project meetings, primarily Parks Board meetings?
Yes, so it should be, I think it's 2 of each. And that's something that we can change. If y'all would like us to focus more heavily on Parks Board, we can change the scope of that task. We can change that task to an hourly task as opposed to a lump sum. Scrub it and just use the general services task based on what's requested and directed by city staff and council. Really, any of these items can be changed. It's really up to y'all.
I think we might be more comfortable with as you mentioned, the hourly piece. That might be a little more comfortable for some folks.
Mm-hmm.
I agree you need to have much involvement with the Parks Board. I think that's vital, and I'm glad you're already doing that. I guess as I'm going through this list, I'm thinking what opportunities we would have.
Can I? Well, the hourly fee, or I start cringing on that. So if we did an hourly fee, we'd need to do not exceed, because you hire a guy to work at your house by the hour, and if you're not watching, you can.
Yes, we can do that as a.
It can run high quick.
Yes, we can do a cost plus.
Kim keeps a close eye on those hourly fees, so
she does.
We're pretty lean. We're as efficient as possible.
Well, I'm also concerned about not doing all the inspections at one time, because we're going to be flying this guy from Virginia out here.
He would complete them all in one visit. He would not be going back and forth. He wouldn't be able to do them all in one day,
right?
But he would come for
unrealistic.
3 days is kind of our guesstimate to be able to do all of them adequately. He was thinking, depending on the size of the playground, 4 hours or so. The size of the park, 4 hours or so, and 7 parks, so around 3 days, depending on which ones might be smaller and go faster.
So he walks each of these parks?
Yes.
The full length and width of these?
So his focus is the playground, not necessarily the park. So Willow Creek, he would walk as much of the park as necessary to assess the playground, and there are multiple in Willow Creek, but the assessment is not focused on outside of the playground space.
Okay.
I'm picking up what else is on our list. Other questions, council? Pardon me.
So, okay. What, was it a 100% vote? Okay. Okay.
No, that's a good point, Nikki. This was approved by the Parks Board before it came to us. It is a big number, but it also, once you break it down, there's a lot of meat in here as well. So that's what I wanted to sort of focus on. And if folks don't understand how much things cost, it's just things are expensive these days. People's time is expensive. You're bringing an expert in from whatever, any kind of engineer, they're going to charge you for your time. I'm sorry. And an OPCC is not a small thing. That's why I wanted you to break down what it was and what we're getting. We're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 of those, several of those, plus the other pieces. And we don't have anything for Belt Mill yet, so that's important. William Houston has been a source of contention for many years. I'm glad we're moving away from a soccer over there because it was never meant to be a soccer field. Started the EMS soccer folks, but it was not meant to be a soccer field. It's a field is the best word for it. It is a field, a pasture. It was not designed as a soccer field. So to do something there, we do need to design something a little nicer to make it more usable, and maybe folks will enjoy it and just complain about the rough terrain. So I'm all for that. A fishing pond, that's been brought up before. This is not the first time we've heard about fishing ponds. People have brought that up several times. I agree. That's something people want. That's something we want. So we have to get those designs and those costs. What's it going to cost? I have no idea what a fishing pond would cost, so we need to know that, or the Parks Board can start making those hard decisions. So I think this gives ammunition for the Parks Board to start focusing where to spend their money and spend it wisely. Yes, it costs, but you've got to get there. You've got to spend some money to get a good understanding of what is out there and what is on the table. We do have we have the luxury of the Parks bond right now. This is a unique opportunity to spend that and spend it wisely. So I think the more information we can get, the more details we can get, the better we can spend that money in a smart and efficient manner. So that's why I'm excited to get this moving forward.
And will these designs that you're providing in this master plan amendment, will that offset some of the future costs in the?
Yes. So a lot of these concept designs would be representative of about a 30% level design. I think for the fishing ponds, it would probably be more like 20% because water modeling is something that is not included in this IPO because it's a large undertaking to do hydraulic modeling of a site. Like Nikki said, due to FEMA and Army Corps of Engineers, that's something that might have to be completed, but at this early stage, it's not a efficient use of time and money to do water modeling for a concept. It's something that we would do moving forward with a 60%, but the rest of them would be a 30% level that we could then take and roll into a 60% construction document set.
That's a good point. Other questions for Laura?
Yeah.
While we have her up here?
Yeah, well, not just her, but I know it's in some cases, to some, it's a hard pill to swallow to do this, but sometimes you have to go back and do it to make it right. And I don't know of any other way to get these amenities that a lot of citizens have asked onto our long-term parks plan and at least get an assessment of what it would cost, and if we move forward to actually be sure that we can actually ask for grants. So, if there was another way, I'd definitely look at it, but I don't know any other way to move forward to get it the way we want it.
Other questions? Everybody else good? You got everything you need? Any other questions for us?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
All right. All in, all done. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the IPO with Kimley Horn and Associates for the 2023 Parks and Recreation Master Plan update.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Nick. Please cast your vote. All right, motion passes. Thank you, folks.
No.
You push no?
I pushed no. I pushed the red one.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's still 4-3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The motion passes. Thank you all. Thank you for all the information. Appreciate that. And thank you to you, Brad. Moving forward, item number, where are we back now? We're on 7. Consideration action regarding award of bid for Knowles Drive Phase 2 and 3 project. For that, Randy Newsom, Director of Public Works, and Trenton.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is something that we're really looking forward to get going. I know the residents from getting Phase 1 started, the section we've done so far along with the roundabout has been very positive response to us. Obviously, if you drove down that road before we started the construction work, you'd realize it's a tremendous improvement. So last Monday, we opened the bids for Phase 2 and 3, try to get some good construction cost on this next phase. We had 3 bidders that came in and bid, and I'll just kind of turn this over to Trenton in a minute about who it was and the bid results. This will come out of the 2023 bond sale and the Tarrant County reimbursement for Knowles Phase 1 to fund this next phase, next 2 phases, which will complete us all the way to Longhorn. And we'll make sure that it does not affect our Christmas stuff this year. Our parade, that's already been, it will not affect that or displays. So I'll just turn it to Trenton. He can go over the bids and answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, I don't know what specifically I should go over, but I think we got a really solid bid from DDM. They have great references. We checked with their previous experience, and we're really excited to work with them. So I can answer any other questions y'all have.
Where are the plans for us to look at for this construction?
I can send them to you. They were publicly bid, so they're on TIFcast, and Randy and Bill have a copy.
Because we had asked for them at a previous meeting.
You asked to see the plans?
Yeah.
We were discussing the McElroy and what we were going to do for the crossing and everything. You're supposed to get back to us what the plan's going to be since we're not going to do the tunnel.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. What did you say?
We had talked before that the low water crossing, the tunnel, whatever it was, wasn't going to work.
Right.
And you're supposed to get back with us what the plan is, and we haven't heard anything as far as crosswalks or what the plan is.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember that request, but I can show you on the plan. It didn't really deviate. All we did was take out the pedestrian tunnel, so the crosswalks that will be at the roundabout are still enhanced. None of that has really changed. The only thing that we added was a at-grade crossing west of the low water crossing, which would be where there's a sidewalk and a ramp, and you can push a button and the lights will flash, and you can walk right across McElroy.
Mayor, I'd like to table this until we get those plans to review.
All right, Council, what does everybody else think? Other questions?
We'll see what we're getting.
Let's any other questions while we're here? We can discuss on it. Brent, just back to our previous discussion. How does this work? Did we say we would take the low bid on this? What is the?
I might defer to Kinley Horn to decide or to enlighten us on how the project was bid. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, this was a low bid project. So on phase 1, we did a competitive sealed bid, and it was the staff and engineers' decision that we don't think we decided to go back to a traditional low bid. So.
What's the benefit or the pros and cons
of tabling it?
No, of doing a
low bid.
Yeah.
So with a competitive sealed proposal bid, you're able to take into account some other factors, but with a low bid, you're still able to check references and experience. So I think what we saw last when we bid Knowles Phase 1, that the costs were a little bit higher. It was also a lot more work on staff and engineer than I think we had expected to evaluate. I think we received like 9 proposals at the time because contractors were a little less busy. But with that experience, we didn't really find the value in it that we expected. And we were a little more concerned with building the first roundabout in Saginaw to make sure they had that experience. But DDM has that experience, and so did the second low bid and the top bid. So we made that clear in the advertisement that was expected.
This is 14.2. Is that what we? And I don't recall what we budgeted for this. What we were planning ahead of time for this.
The original, back when Dolphin Kimley-Horn set the budgets for everything, the original budget was $13 million or so.
$12,950,000 is what the bonds were sold for it.
Yeah.
So we're over that. We're going to plan to use part of the Tarrant County reimbursement for phase 1 to cover the overage here.
In our latest estimate, whenever we compiled our bids and everything, we were expecting it to be $15 million or so, and we were very pleased with the bid. If we were to re-advertise this, I don't think we would see that price again. I think DDM was very aggressive.
Really? Okay.
How long are these bids good for?
I'll check. I think in our project manual we said, I have to look, it's either 30 or 45 days.
So we table the next meeting, we're still at. Yep. That's a good question. Yeah. My other question is there any more Tarrant County money could be coming for this? Is that a possibility? For phase 2, this phase?
More money? Yeah, we should be able to put in reimbursements on each phase.
Okay, so how much do we put in for this? We put in 50%?
To my understanding, the only grant that we received from Tarrant County was half of phase 1, half of the phase 1 construction. But we issued all of the bonds for that, so we fully funded that. As we get them reimbursed, we were planning on using it for other road projects, and in this case, we'll use it for the overage for phase 2 and 3 to complete Knowles.
That's just what's left over from the phase 1 Tarrant County money, right?
Right, and that's all that we were granted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll have several submissions to the county for reimbursements. That's just the first one has been submitted.
Right, but that's that money. Will we get any? Can we ask for money for this phase? That's my question.
I think the answer is we can. The way the county did it is that every city's first choice project made the list, which our highest priority was Knowles Phase 1. So that match is already guaranteed. It's gone through the Commissioner's Court. Then we would submit further requests that I believe are discretionary for each commissioner. So we can't guarantee that all our future projects, but we will.
Is there money left? Has all the money been gobbled up yet? Do we know?
Do you know?
I haven't heard.
There's money left. It's in fact, we were one of the first, I think, to submit for reimbursement. We just haven't. They've changed up the process a little bit this year, and after the elections, and so it's taking a little bit longer than what we anticipated for the process and get those approvals to the Commissioner's Court.
Yeah, I think Saginaw may be the first project to submit reimbursements. I mean, we were shovel-ready design and in construction, so I think the county recognizes we're pretty sincere in getting
things
done.
on this phase 2. Let's see what we can get. Money's out there. I don't want other cities to get it before we do. So let's go. This is $14 million. If we can get, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more, that'd be awesome. So I'm all for getting as much money as we can from that county money before it goes to Lake Worth or wherever. So, council, other questions? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion. Cindy, you want to make a motion?
Mayor, I make a motion that we table this item.
Hold on. Table this for how long? Until the next meeting?
Do we have to give a specific time frame? But I guess we need it for the next meeting to get within the bid time.
That's right. That's what I'd recommend.
Till the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Second. Please cast your votes.
I'm sorry, do we need to also include that we need those drawings sent to us prior to that meeting?
No, so that can just be simple direction. Doesn't have to be in the motion.
Okay.
All right. Please cast your votes. Our motion table. Moving forward, we are on item number 8. Consideration action regarding approval of city delegation to attend All-American City Award Finalist Conference. For that, Assistant City Manager Lee Howe and Keith Reinhardt, Director of Community. Back on, y'all.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So the National Civic League announced a few weeks ago that the city of Saginaw would be a finalist, one of 20 communities across the country as a finalist in the All-America City Award. Well, the All-America City Award is something that's been going on for a number of years. They picked 10 cities out of those 20 finalists to be actually awarded with a very prestigious recognition. We're bringing this item to you tonight because to proceed in the process, the city has to send a team of people to present our presentation, or to do a presentation to what they call a jury, which is made up of about 20 members of civic leaders, mayors, council members, professionals across the country, and they judge the 20 finalists and award the 10 winners. The presentation has to be 10 minutes long and with a 10-minute question and answer period, and we have to be in person in Denver, Colorado at the National Finalist Conference in order to continue in the competition. So we've met virtually with a number of people and talked to some people over the telephone as well with National Civic League about the best way to go about this. Cities from all across the country have done this for a long time. They generally send somewhere between an average of 10 to 20 people in their delegation to these competitions, and the presentations can vary in how they do it, to being quite elaborate and creative, to just a few people telling about the programs. So this award is based on highlighting the 4 youth programs that we have in the city: the Mayor's Youth Council, the Saginaw Apprentice Program, and the Fire and Police Youth Academy Program. So the theme this year, which they announced in January, was creating thriving communities through youth engagement. So the application went in to highlight those 4 programs for the city that have been very successful in engaging youth now for a number of years. So we took a look at how many people we would need to send to continue in the competition, and we're looking at somewhere between 6 and 10 we think would be appropriate. There could be more, there could be less, but I've given you an estimate on the cost of that because this cost is unbudgeted. We didn't know really what the theme is not announced until like late January. So, but when it was realized that the theme involved those youth programs, that we'd have the opportunity to apply for it, and then of course when we were named a finalist, and we had to take a hard look at it as to whether we want to continue in the process, and that's what we're bringing you tonight for your consideration, to let us know whether you want us to do that or not at a cost. So that cost, again, there's variations of sending that delegation. It would require a 4-night stay in a hotel there in Denver, and of course transportation to and from, the per diem. And I've outlined all of that in that estimate. It was attached in the backup material. The cost, again, is somewhere, depending on when flights are scheduled and all that, it's going to be somewhere between $1,800 to $2,000 per person that we send. So I put a estimated cost for a delegation of 6, just because that's what we kind of calculated would be a minimum of the ones that we would go. The criteria requires people from all of these programs, or it's best to send somebody that has experienced all these programs, either in a leadership position or as a student attendee in those programs that's graduated from them. They like to see people from the community. They like to see civic leaders, council members, mayors, other city employees, business people. So we've just estimated that 6 would be a minimum, and again, it could be more than that. You can go online and look at some of the presentations that have been videotaped over the last few years, and like I say, you'll see all kinds of different things and some extremely creative, elaborate presentations. But we think we're talented enough probably to send a minimal delegation and do a good job with it. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have on that.
Who do you have listed to go right now?
Well, we haven't named anybody in particular yet because we've got some work to do on how exactly to present it, and we need to try to find a couple of people who have been through those programs, and possibly a business person that's helped sponsor the program or has benefited from someone that's been through the program. I know the mayor is, I believe, committed that he will go, and he's not one of the 6. I believe he's committed to pay his own way up there and his own expenses. So the other 3 could be any of y'all. It could be other people, other employees in the city. We probably need to send at least 1 or 2 people who are directly involved in the administration of those, in the operation of those programs.
Surely Keith and you and Gabe should go, right?
Well, that's one way to do it, but it could be other people that
We talked about delegation from the police department, delegation from the fire department, based on
Right.
the fire camp and the police camp and things like that, and the youth programs as well. Maybe a rep, somebody's been through the MIAC, different things. So we've talked different ways. It's really how many city people we want to send, pay for those, and then do we want to send other folks? Can we recruit business people to go? Maybe not pay their whole way, but offer them a stipend, something like that. We've talked about several different options. So we're really here to just talk options tonight and see what we want to do and what we could do. So I think it's a great program, a great opportunity. But when I look at some of these things online, other cities sent huge delegations, 15 people, 20 people, crazy with matching T-shirts and all this. So I don't know if we want to do that, but I'd like to send a nice delegation to get us a good. We're proud of Saginaw. We want to show it off.
So you said you've talked to other people who went through this?
Yes,
Okay,
we've
so-
heard from other people and some advisors with the National Citizen.
To get a good diversity, I mean, if we go, I'm type of guy, if we're going to go, I want to win. Just the way I am. So I'd be very interested in what do they say as far as a delegate. What do they recommend? I mean, I'll be honest with you, 6 sounds a little light. I mean, when you start looking at the displays you all got, you definitely want to send somebody from each one of them. And then, to me, I would think that you would want to also pick a couple of our citizens the youngers who's actually went through this,
Absolutely. What they want to see in the presentation is basically an illustration of the criteria of the award. So engagement, inclusion of all different age groups, of all different races, genders, walks of life that have been affected by these programs. And so I think it would mean, again, at least probably half of that delegation being, like I say, youth that have been through the programs, or people, again, that through the process have benefited from it, like I say, business people or other citizens. So that's why we've approached a few people to talk to them about it, but we have not put names on a piece of paper yet or bought airline tickets for anybody at all. Just to make sure that we run that by you as a council first.
I have another question. What fund did we take out for Gambia's delegation?
That was Hotel Motel, right?
Can we not do that? Because how much did you take out for that? And
That was used under the promotion of the arts because they put on a performance and I don't know that this is going to qualify for that.
So I can just interject briefly. So there are two criteria to use hotel occupancy tax funds. You have to number one, meet one of the multiple categories like promotion of the arts. The other is the program has to be anticipated to put heads in beds in Saginaw
Right.
for overnight tourism. And so I don't know that.
Sure, this isn't promoting the city nationwide. I mean, come on.
I think it sort of stops at the border of the city. I'm afraid. Yeah.
I got you. I know.
Is $500 enough for promotional items or doing this? It seems really light.
Yeah, so you can get as elaborate of that as you want to, but you cannot use videos. So it has to be props that you can either carry with you or ship. So, we were thinking that a lot of people they have local cultural costumes or like the mayor said, just team T-shirts or something. And they use a lot of posters with pictures and things that illustrate what they're talking about. So it doesn't have to be real expensive. Yeah, probably could be twice that easily, depending on how elaborate we got. But again, this estimate is a minimal estimate, and it could go up from there.
I think this is a wonderful thing for Saginaw. I'm real happy about that we've gone as far. And Keith, I think you're the one we need to thank for this. But you wear all the hats, so we'll just
thank you. But I had nothing to do with it.
I think you're the one that put this together.
It was Salvador Gonzalez actually that put together the. He did a great job. Salvador in Public Works.
Oh, okay.
Randy Jr.
Thank you, Randy. Tell him thanks. Appreciate that. This is great. I volunteered for robot competitions for well over 15 years. Just gave it up because I just haven't had the time to commit to it. I have found, as an engineering judge, talking to these teams and going through their displays, that the smaller groups are better, simply because you get to talk to each of those people that are on stage or in front of the judges. You have 10 minutes and 10 minutes to present, 10 minutes for Q&A. If you have 20 people up there, you just have a lot of dead wood. So I think it's important to keep it down small, for the simple reason that I think it's far more effective. And like I said, this has been my experience over multiple years. I like the idea of bringing in some of the students that benefited from this, but my concern is, are we going to have to bring their parents as well? There's a liability and a responsibility there, so that's going to be additional person that will be a chaperone of sorts, and an additional cost, even though they may not participate. So we need to keep that in mind as well. Again, this is a great opportunity for Saginaw, and I like the fact that we are doing things of this nature. But again, smaller a lot of times is better, just because everybody gets to speak. They get to hear a voice from every person, and that one individual represents a whole lot more people.
I have a young man that went through the fire camp program that would be willing to go. I think I'd have to take him to a Rockies game probably as payment, but he would be up for that, and he did go through fire camp a few years ago.
Do we have anybody that went through fire camp that's now a career firefighter?
I think at last count there's like 4 of them. We wouldn't have a shortage of people we could definitely pick that would be a good representatives that have been through the program, so that wouldn't be an issue.
With the focus on public service and stuff now, I think that would be really good to have somebody that took it to the next level.
Council, other questions, comments? Then I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the funds for the city delegation to attend the All-America City Award Finalist Conference.
Charlie, second. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank y'all. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank
it. Good work. Item number 9, Finance Department presentation. Kim Quinn, Finance Director.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight you're going to get to hear a little bit about the Finance Department, and I'm proud and happy that I've got the majority of my staff here. You get to hear from them instead of all of it from me. As you know, the Finance Department manages the financial resources of the city, and we use those to provide the services the city services to our citizens. I want you to know that all of us take that very seriously, that we are the stewards of our citizens' money, and we do that as accurately and lawfully. We have lots of rules that we have to follow: federal, state, local government code, the city charter, our financial management policies, generally accepted accounting principles. There's lots and lots of requirements and rules that we have to follow. But you're going to hear from the people that actually do some of this work. Like I said, I'm really proud that they're all here. Most of them are here tonight. And we're going to start off with Jennifer Garrett, who is our finance manager.
Thank you, Kim.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Thanks. Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm going to go over a little bit of what the Finance Department does, but behind me is most of the finance team. I think we might be missing a couple of people, but it takes each and every one of us to take care of all of the work that needs to be done for the city, and I'm glad that I'm a part of this team. So the first slide that's up there right now, it's over our organizational chart, and there is a staff of 9 in the Finance Department. We are currently overstaffed by 1 position, and that's just simply because we're expecting a pending retirement. So we're trying to get Lynn up to speed on everything that Karen does. So the 2 court positions are funded from the general fund only. The 3 finance positions are funded both by the general fund and enterprise fund. And then the 4 utility billing positions are funded by the enterprise fund. So the next slide goes over the job duties of the Finance Department. Of course, that includes court and utility billing, and I'm just going to strictly go over the finance part, and then I'll let Beverly take over. So responsibilities include budget, accounting, accounts payable, debt management, cash management, investments, purchasing, a little bit of everything. But you also have to think about the smaller tasks that we do either daily or monthly, sometimes yearly, that people don't really think about. For instance, hotel motel tax, we collect that. I send out quarterly reminders to each of the hotel motels that we have, and we keep track on a spreadsheet to make sure that everybody has paid timely. The same thing with the franchise fees. Unclaimed property, that's done once a year, and that's people that haven't cashed checks in 3 years. Utility billing refunds are an example of that. Also, deposits for like the community center rentals. You know, it takes time to try to track these people down to see, did they receive their check? Does this need to be reissued and sent to a new address? You know, things like that. Utility billing write-offs are also done yearly. Some other things we do, fixed assets. The big audit that's in November, that's a huge task, but there's also an interim audit in July as well, and it takes a lot of work to prepare for that. You've got to pull all of, different kinds of financial reports. The auditors give us basically a request list of what they need, and it takes a lot of time. I actually looked at the last year's PBC list that they gave us, and it had 75 items on it. And these items aren't something that you can just go, oh, I filed this away. Let me just go pull this out and hand it to them. It's a lot more, there's a lot more involved than just that. Some of the request items are detailed check registers, general ledger details, payroll disbursements, bank reconciliations, updated process memos, legal invoices, listing of all bids, a trial balance, details of all of our CIP accounts, and the list just continues. We're also in charge of purchase cards. Currently, I did look it up. We have 83 active purchase cards. So any of the employees that use the purchase card, they send us an expense report every month, and they attach all of the receipts, and we actually go through those, each report, each receipt, to make sure everything is there. Everything's coded properly, everything is accurate. So that takes a lot of time. Monthly bank reconciliation is something we also do. The budget book, which I'm sure y'all have seen, is a huge document. It's about 300 pages, give or take. And that takes a ton of time. And to receive the award that the city has actually received for 36 consecutive years, it has to meet 25 criteria. And that's about, I think the paperwork for that to fill it out is like 7 pages long, and you have to go through the whole budget book to make sure everything is there that they need.
No pressure to continue that streak, by the way, so just saying.
I did it last year, and I was terrified, just so you know. So when I got the email in February that said we received it, I was like, oh, thank goodness. Thank you. So that's just some of the stuff we do. There is a lot of checks and balances within the department, so it's not just one of us doing the work and saying, okay, that's done, let's file it away. For instance, Maricela, she's unfortunately not here with us, but she does an accounts payable check run every week. And once she gets done looking at all the invoices, making sure they're accurate, coded correctly, then when she prints the checks, she gives them to Kim. Kim reviews them, and then once Kim reviews them, signs off on it, she gives it to me, and I also review it as well. So it's things like that that we do. It's not just one person doing it. There's several of us that check that work to make sure it's accurate. So as you can see, we have a lot of things to do with just minimal staffing, but we're very efficient and we get it done. And now I'm going to pass it to Beverly, who is our court administrator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening. I'm Beverly Brown, the court administrator here at the city. I've been with the government sector over a decade. I was in Haltom for 8 years, and I've been here probably a little over 2. And I really enjoy being here at Saginaw. And I don't have to explain how essential we are, because I think Jennifer went over all that. But just a little bit in detail to tell you what the court department does. Of course, we handle the citations. The citizen comes in, we can offer them deferred, they can pay the fine, they can do a driving safety course, or they can also set a court date if they want to contest their ticket. We also help our defendants, with these trying times, special circumstances if they're unable to pay their ticket. We also work.
How many do we get a month? Can you have any rough idea of how many of those?
About maybe 200 to 300.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit less with the reduction in our police department right now, but hopefully we'll be able to rectify that soon. And I was getting to that point, and right now in municipal court department, it's just myself and a sole court clerk, which is Judy Boyle, and she couldn't attend tonight. But we handle 200 to 300 citations monthly. We have court twice a month. We have a judge docket and a prosecutor docket. And on that single given day, we deal with about maybe 100 to 150 defendants, 200 cases. It's a lot of work. We have a jury and bench trials twice a year. So we interact a lot with, the judge, the prosecutor. We also work hand in hand with police, fire, animal, and code. And we maintain our court records and issue warrants. But with all that, with all the cases that we deal with, I would like to say that, it's challenging at times, and we do strive to give our customers 100%. But we do this on a daily basis, and I really appreciate our team. Mm-hmm. And that's basically it. And now I'm going to pass it on to Kim.
I think Karen's going to talk about utility billing.
Goodness. All right.
Well, hello. This is probably my last time here.
I don't think we approved you retiring, ma'am. This is the first I've heard. That's unacceptable. I'm sorry.
But
You're
I've
much
been-
too valuable.
I've been in the water department for 26 years. And so in 97, we had a little over 8,000 people in our city. Today, we have 24,000 people. And yet, we have the same amount of people that serve the people. And these people are customer service. And that's our number one thing, is to take care of our people. So, I just want to let you know that today that we had almost 100 phone calls. Now, we did have cutoffs, so a lot of that has to do with people calling about that. But we also get calls about, why is that dog barking? Whose fence is that? Why is the train blocking the street? Why? So we have to figure out who give these phone calls to. So we're on the phone constantly. But that's just the tidbit of it. So, like today, we had cutoffs. We do this twice a month. And we had 66 cutoffs. So, you go and you run a report, you go to each account, see if maybe they've made some kind of a promise that we overlooked. Put them on a list, send them out. Guys cut them off, they pay. We send out a list, cut them back on. So, that's all day long.
I don't know, so I'll ask. What does it take to get your water cut off?
Well, you're...
Definitely she's being put on my Christmas card list.
Well, I was going to say, you're on that list next time. No. We bill you, let's just say, we bill you on the 15th, and you're due on the 30th, because that's what you're due. So you don't pay that on the 30th. I bill you again on the 15th, and that's due on the 30th. So now you haven't paid March's bill. Yeah. So you get cut off after you're late from that, for the March one. I've already billed you for April, so now you're getting cut off in the end of April. So you're actually getting 40 days. You get a notice that you're late, and then you're going to get cut off. And if you have an email with us, then we're sending out email to you saying, you're going to get cut off. Please, and we do that about 3 or 4 times. Please come in and pay your bill. You know why? Because we don't like cutoffs. It is so much work. But I was going to introduce you. This is Lynn. So I've been working with her, teaching her what I do. So she's in my office with me, trying to stay away from distractions. So I'm trying to give her a leg up where she starts doing this by herself. And then we got Jill. Now, she's been here for a year. Jill's been here for 7 months. Jill works at the window. She takes court payments. She sets up court dates. She takes water payments. She takes garage sales. I mean, she is constantly collections, and then calls, and then what does she do? I mean, she came from dispatch, and I think she's quite shocked of the load that she is in, because it never stops. And I think she's got surprised. And then we have John, and he's been in our department for 5 months. And he works at the window, the drive-through. He takes the payments. He also... I'll get to that. He also batches for the night drop. And like today, the whole thing was completely filled. You had to open up each envelope, take out the coupon, mark the coupon with the check number. Check number has to have the count number. And then it's detail. So he does that for the mail and for the night drop. He runs those through, and those payments go through. Both of these do emails. So you got people that are constantly sending us emails. We want to start service. So it's a long, drawn-out affair to start somebody's service. Then you get terminations from emails. So it's a constant looking, trying to keep up with those. So we bill over 8,400 people a month. So you have to do different cycles. So you got cycle 1 that has residential and commercial. So then in commercial, you have sewer surcharge, deducts, and fire hydrants. So we go through all that, and we bill them for that. It takes a long time to go through. You get the readings, you go through the readings, you want to make sure the readings are correct. Everybody has a reading. I think Lynn was quite surprised of how much it just takes to look over that constantly. So because I want the trust of the people, because once you start messing up, then they don't trust you. So, I mean, I'm sure you've all seen different things on Facebook concerning their water and such, but all I want to do is the customer service to make sure they're all taken care of. I've been doing this for a long time. I was pretty passionate about it. So when I leave, I want them to be able to take care of it and have a lot of pride to it. It's not ideal. So, John wants to talk.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name's John Reynolds. She introduced me. I've been an employee with the City of Saginaw for 11 years, hired March 5th, 2012. Hired on originally as Parks, served 9 years in the Parks Department, assisting in parks and streets. And in November of 2021, got hired on into the Water Department. Did that for 13 months. Loved it. That was probably the best 13 months working outside that I've ever had. But then I had an opportunity to move into City Hall, and I started that in December 1st of last year. And boy, I worked in all sorts of environments outside in the heat, rain, flooding, all those seasons you can imagine, dealing with all the stuff you can imagine outside, and back-breaking work. But never did I imagine working indoors would be even more challenging than that. So it's a lot to learn, and I'm learning it, loving it. I had my doubts coming in. I was like, oh man, ooh, like getting in a cold bath. I don't know if I like this, but I like it. I'm loving it. So I'm learning it. It's a lot, and I don't hold much a candle to the vast majority of the people in City Hall because I'm still learning it, and they're dishing it out. So just to give it on a basis on what I do on a daily basis at the window, I come in the morning, get the voicemails, and sometimes there's none. Sometimes, like on Monday, the day before cutoff, I got 24 voice messages to go through, write down what they're needing, extensions, get those extensions put in properly, and then we get that pushed through while also handling the night drop box. And on a day before cutoffs, that box is full. It's almost overflowing. So we had about nearly 100 checks just in the night drop, and I have to process those and then go get mail and process that. And so yesterday, money-wise, it wasn't very high. Retrospectively, it's only $20,000 I did all of batching. And then today was $273,000 in just batching checks. So there's busy days. I'm processing a lot of money, handling a lot of money, making sure those accounts get their money posted accurately. Because some people have multiple accounts, so I don't want to get any of those messed up. Doing that while also taking in phone calls. And like I said, like she said today, we had nearly 100, and that's taking in those calls, getting them where they need to go. And working out in the field, I had a vast opportunity to learn a lot of stuff, so I can know where to send them, and I can answer some questions. I probably don't even have to send them off to anybody, so I can answer them right then and there. And then while I'm doing that, answering emails with Jill, we split up the emails, and we get those accounts started, accounts terminated, answer any questions with their accounts, update their accounts, anything like that. And then while we're also doing that, I'm taking in current payments. People are coming in, making calls to make payments, so I transfer them to DivDat, take their payments at the window, process that. And those are on the busy days. And then while I'm not super busy, I'm in the process of learning court, to assist with court whenever they have to step out and they need someone to step in, assist Jill at the window. There's only 2 people at the window up front. So one's going out to go get a jacket, someone else has to step up in case someone else needs something handled. So that's a lot to learn. And it just keeps going on and up and up and up from there. I've yet to. I don't even think I have my toes in the water yet. I'm still learning it so much, but it's a lot, and I don't think I would be remiss to say that I'm in a good department. I'm been here 11 years, and I'm hoping to stay here another 29. Retire when I'm 60. But Miss Karen's doing a stand-up job, and so is Miss Kim and Miss Jennifer, and they're doing well, and I'm glad I'm learning from them. So
one thing I want to say, that in February when I billed, and this is for both cycles, it was over $1 million that I billed out. Of that $1 million, that's how we pay Fort Worth, their water, their sewer, waste management. That's how we pay those things, is from these bills. So, sorry. So, like this week, yesterday, we did readings. So we have to go and edit those. Today, cutoffs. Tomorrow, we'll review everything we've got going, make sure all the payments are put in place. And then Thursday is court. So then Beverly's in court, we're all in, and then you've got people calling about their court, coming in and making payments, plus we're doing our water. And then Friday, you kind of wrap up the week. So it's not like you can push a button and get something done. It takes eyes on everything we do and pay attention, because if you don't, you're going to have a mess. And it can be. So I feel like Public Works, we work with them so much, and then with us, I think we're just kind of a silent, something that you want, essential department. I don't think that people realize the work that we do. So, there you go. Any questions?
I have a comment and a question. Compliment. This has happened to my family twice. I don't know if it's happened to any of you, but they will actually contact you. They watch and see, oh, you're using so much more water than you've ever used before, and then they alert you to that.
And it's not because you married Copeland?
No, not at all. No, because the first time, I was not on city council. So, but then she gives you ideas what might be happening, how you can check, etc. I think that's a great service that you provide. I don't know how many cities do that. And then I have a question. There are several different payment methods that can be used to pay the water bill. Yes. Is there a method that is causing you the least work to process that you wish more people would use? Or are they all about the same amount of work?
Well, you can set yourself up for credit card draft, bank draft, pay online, pay on your phone, come in, drop it. I guess bringing it in is probably the most work for us. You pay online, it's the easiest, because it's just taking care of itself. But when they bring it in, that's probably the most, and of course, they have to, at the end of the day, they count their drawers. They have to make sure they balance before they walk out the door. So we have to make sure we're balanced. We have to make sure everything, we have to find every penny that, maybe you're off 2 cents. And if you don't find that 2 cents, you're going to, in a couple of days, it's going to come right back to you. So you have to stay on top of everything that you do. And, but yeah, nothing really. It's all the same. It just all goes. And it just
I was just curious if there was one method that was more efficient for you all.
Probably online. Probably that's the best. But you're talking about, I've called people, and I see they're spending so much money on water, and I call them. And then they argue with me that they don't have a leak, and then we go over this, and then finally they do. And sometimes it's my fault that they're using the water, and sometimes I can convince them that they have an issue. But that probably is going to be a lost art, because I've been there so long, and I know so many faces and so many names, and I don't know them personally, but they think they know me. But that's our utility billing. So
thank you.
Make sure you pay your water on time.
Thank you all very much.
I'm glad you brought up that that question, Councilmember Copeland, because, you know, we really, as Karen mentioned, we have grown, but we still give small-town customer service. I'm really proud of this group. Half of them are bilingual, so we're able to communicate in Spanish if that's asked of us. We really are the face of the city. A lot of times most of the times we're the first people that they interact with to set up an account, or as Karen was also mentioning, we get questions that that is a huge range, and so we just try to figure out what we can do to help them. This is a great group. They, like I said, they really are focused on customer service. A lot of times people come in and they are not happy. I mean, nobody likes getting a traffic ticket or a delinquent water bill. And so it really takes a special group of people to deal with people that are not all that happy about it. And a lot of times they have a smile on their face as they're leaving. We do our best to help them and to give them their options as far as court goes. And I can't say enough about how we really do take care of the customers as best as we can. We bend over backwards with trying to make payment arrangements, and cutoff is the very last resort. Unfortunately, there are just some customers that won't pay their bill until their water's cut off. So anyway, that's the meat of the presentation, but I did want to.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Of course.
I forgot one thing. To welcome, I wish that any of you, if you'd like to come and visit during one of our court sessions, y'all are more than welcome. I forgot to mention that. And we are going to have one this Thursday from 9 to 5 all day. So any of y'all are welcome. I just wanted to.
It's a challenge. Y'all should come.
Anytime.
Thank you, Beverly.
So that you can see firsthand how important it is, our department. I know Mr. Tucker's been in to visit.
He's been to court multiple times, haven't you, buddy?
As a spectator.
That's right. Yes. We have a really good judge.
So this next slide just reiterates how efficient we really are. I did a comparison of staffing levels for cities of similar sizes. And we, as Jennifer mentioned, we normally will have 8. We have 9 currently because we've overfilled in order to get Lynn trained. But we do a whole lot of work with a very few people. And part of that is because it's a team. We all pitch in when it's a busy day in court, and everybody pitches in. There's no, oh, you just do utility billing and I just do court, or vice versa. And Maricela pitches in. She can do all of it too. Her main job is accounts payable. But we all work as a team, and that's the only way that we can get all of this work done with this level of staffing. And then the next slide is showing, is similar to what police and fire did, a salary survey. So I was comparing the median or the average midpoint to our midpoint, and I color-coded it because I know it's a lot of numbers, it's hard to read. So the lighter the colors, the lower we are. In every position except for 2, we are the lowest salary range of all of these cities. And the only reason that the court clerk position and the utility billing specialist position is not the absolute lowest is because of the mid-year adjustments that y'all made when you did public works adjustments and the dispatcher adjustments. But it's really hard for me to see how hard we work and to be the very lowest of the survey. The columns to the right are the difference between the Saginaw mid of the range and the average mid-range, and then the very right column is the percentage to get the salary for the Saginaw mid-range up to the average.
Would you send these charts to the council, please?
Sure.
So we can see the numbers.
Absolutely. I'm sorry it's small. And again, that's why I color-coded it. It's a little easier to read. The lighter the color, the lower, the higher are the greens and the blues. Sure. So that concludes the presentation. If y'all have any questions, if not, I know Janice has a presentation to make too.
Any questions? Hey, thank y'all very much. Appreciate y'all staying late too, and we're glad to see y'all. All right, moving forward, item number 10, City Secretary's Office presentation. Janice England.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about my job. I know a lot of people, when I say I'm city secretary, well, they think it's your secretary at the city. There's a lot of misinformation on that kind of thing. So I'm just going to try to fill you in. They asked me just to kind of explain some things that my office does, which my office is me. And I'm part of the general administrative budget. So I don't have a budget of my own or anything. So and I know it's late, so we'll try to go through some of these things. The first, I wanted just to explain, I'm appointed by the council. Yeah, I must be a certified Texas municipal clerk or working on certification. I serve as a records management officer. I'm notary public. I attest to documents, and I administer oaths. I'm the support person for the City Council, which includes agendas and meeting packets, the preparation, distribution, keeping up with council attendance, all kinds of research, general correspondence between all kind of people that come in and different things that are asked of us, as well as telephone calls. A lot of people think that y'all are here during the day. We get calls all the time wanting to talk to one of y'all. So they get confused that we're not like Fort Worth or some of the bigger cities. I maintain the city seal. I forward adopted ordinances for codification into the city code. We do that once a year. And then I maintain the official code of ordinances, including the supplements that we get each year. I give out the supplements to the departments. I process. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know what maintain the city seal is.
You have to keep up with it. You can't let it get into the wrong hands, and we have to keep it safe you can't just let anybody use it or walk out with it.
So it's an actual physical?
Yes, it's an actual physical.
It's not like a stamp?
Yeah, we have the one that's the embosser, and then we also have one that is an ink stamp that we can use.
Appreciate it. I did learn something here.
There you go. Well, if you have any more questions, just stop me. I process proclamations, which is the composition and the preparation with the city seal for the mayor to sign. I publish all legal notices, which is ordinances, election notices, bids, public hearings, any other kind of notices we have. And I keep the files of those because we're required to keep those for official documents. I receive the monthly reports from all the departments, put those together, and then those are forwarded to the city council. I take the signed legal documents that need to be filed to Tarrant County for filing. I organize receptions, volunteer banquets, and other events as needed, and then I'm normally the point person for when they come to serve subpoenas. So I get that ball rolling with the attorney's office and the information we need for those. I also work off the boards, committees, and commissions. I receive the applications when they're turned in through the website or if someone comes in person to do one. I keep the list of all the appointed members for each one. I give the oath of office to the members of the Board of Adjustment and the Planning and Zoning Commission. And then I just did this today. I contact members that have expiring terms, which I sent out 30 letters today for those people that will expire July the 1st. And once I get those responses, those will be forwarded to y'all. And then once you make appointments, then I go back and contact those people again to let them know they were appointed, who they'll be working with, which board, and who the staff liaison is that they can expect to be contacted by. I maintain the records of the required training, which one thing y'all added back when we redid all the boards is that now they all have to do the Public Information Act and the Open Meetings Act. So I keep up with that file to make sure they've all got that done, which we're getting close to having everybody, just not quite everybody there yet. Records management, I record and preserve the official city business in minutes, ordinances, resolutions, and other documents. I establish and maintain the records management program, And we have to ensure that it's compliant with the state retention schedules. We can't just decide to throw out a box because something is old. It has to be on the list, and we have to keep certain things for certain numbers of years. We have to label the boxes. We have to put them in. They have to be inside now. Used to, you may remember, we had buildings out back with our records in them. You can't do that anymore. The state says they have to be in climate control and they have to be up off the floor. So those those rolling files that you see down the hall, we've got close to 300 file boxes in those. So, and that's just a tip of the iceberg. We've got about 14 or 15 actual file cabinets located throughout the building because we don't have a room big enough to put them all together. So when you get to looking for something that's in a file, you may be running all over the building looking for a thing.
Can any of that stuff go electronic? What's the law on that now?
Some of it can.
Okay.
A lot of it, like citations, we have to keep 5 years.
The actual physical citations?
Yes.
Really?
Water bills, that's some of those reports we have to keep 3 years. So it just, when you get into personnel, that's the stuff that you really have to keep a long time. And some project files and things have to be kept a long time.
Physical paper copy?
Yes.
Even
Unless
in 2023, we have to keep all this stuff.
Of some of it.
Okay.
Some things we can designate the scan copy as the official copy, and then we can, after 90 days, we can destroy the paper copy. Just depends on what it is and if the state library people have okayed that. They're the ones that set up the retention schedules. I do the annual records destruction. We do that after the end of the fiscal year. It makes it a little easier than trying to do it month to month. Usually that ends up being a truck full, and we usually do between 75 and 100 boxes we destroy at a time at that time. And what you have to do on that, we have to log in, each box is numbered. We have to log in that we destroyed it, when we destroyed it, and then we get something from the truck saying that it has been destroyed to meet the requirements. It has to be certain size, and they actually do it on site. Let's see, and then I've just got the official files, which I already touched on a little bit there. With the elections, I work with Tarrant County Election Administration. They bring us the contracts, we go through it, Bryn's office goes through it, we have to prepare the ballot language, then I have to get it translated. That goes according to your county, and everything right now in Tarrant County has to be translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. So anything we post on the election has to be in 3 languages. I prepare the election order, we post and we publish that according to the election code requirements. I do the canvass documents following the election and prepare the certificates of election. Then once the election has been canvassed, then we prepare packets for the new council people, which contains anything that would be of helpful, which y'all have seen that, the budget, policies, any of that sort of thing. I administer the oath of office to the mayor and council, maintain an election register, which we're required by the state to do that, showing how many voted early during the election day and that sort of thing, and the results. And then we work runoff and special elections when needed. Open records request is a big one. I receive, enter, research, and distribute open records requests to the appropriate departments. They'll come to me, which my office and the police department share a records request system, and so we concurrently can use it at the same time. So they process theirs, and I process everything that's not police related. I have to track the requests, which the software helps us to do that. We have 10 business days to respond to meet the requirements of the Public Information Act. Some of them we have questions about. People ask for all kinds of things anymore, and they want the nitty-gritty on everybody, and they want the body cam video. They want all kinds of things that they probably really don't need. But on some of those, then we send those to the city attorney's office. They help us with reviewing those to decide what we can and cannot release. And if there's questions on what we should do with it, then they will come up with a letter and the correspondence that goes to the attorney general's office. Then they'll make the determination. It'll come back to us and to Bryn's office, and then the requester is notified if they're going to get their records or not. The police department they handle theirs, and they do a very good job about doing theirs. When we do get stuff back from the city attorney or the attorney general, then I go in and update our system. Last fiscal year, I processed 552 open records requests, general requests by myself. The police department for just FOIA did a little over 1,000 through just FOIA. So we're doing a lot of records requests. A lot of them are frequent flyers. We get the same ones every month asking for the same thing. When the legislature changed some of those policies, it opened up a whole new avenue for some of these businesses. They want to know where the code enforcement violations are. They want to know where the permits were issued. They're looking for things, to be able to get some business out of it. I work with liens, and I maintain all the lien files. I work with code enforcement staff regarding the mowing warrants. And once they mow a property, then they'll send me the information, how long they were there, how many people were there. There has to be a supervisor on the site. And then usually there's 2 to 3 public works employees that do the mowing or the cleaning, whatever we have to do. So they send me how long they were there. I do an invoice. We send that to the property owner. They have 30 days to respond. At the end of 30 days, if they haven't responded, then we file a lien on their property. We did 2 a couple weeks ago, and just for a normal lot with not anything on it, it was just under $300. So when they go to sell their property or what, they're going to have to come and take care of that lien before they can do anything with their property. I get calls occasionally when people are ready to pay them off or when they're ready to sell, and we have to figure what their payoff with interest is. Once they pay that, then we have to do a release of lien, go back to the county, file that, and then let them know that they're good to go with their sale. I do alcohol permits. I'm the main point of contact with the TABC, and I process all TABC applications. Before a person opens a business and can get a alcohol permit, they get a application from TABC. We have to sign off on it. Then Tarrant County has to sign off on it. Then it goes back to the state before they decide about issuing it. Once they do have it, then I contact them about their city alcohol permit. That's in addition to their state alcohol permit. I prepare and mail invoices to the businesses, and then their annual fees. An off-premise pays $30 a year. An on-premise with food and beverage pays $375 a year. And you have to invoice those yearly because they don't like to pay that unless you just remind them. I type up the city permit that you see on display when you go to any of those places. And right now, I keep the list of them. We have 21 that are off-premise and 6 that have on-premise permits through the city and through the state. Also, the contact person for solicitor's permits. I process all the applications for those and then prepare the permits, and we do badges for each person that's listed on the soliciting permit. So if they come to your front door, they should have their City of Saginaw badge on, and it has the city logo, has their name, their company name, and when it expires. So anybody that has someone to their door should ask for that, and if they don't, they should give me a call if it's during the day, and if it's in the evening or if they're being harassed, they should call the non-emergency police line, and they'll send somebody out to check that. We also maintain a list of the current permits on the website, so people at home or when they come, you can always look that up and see who has an actual valid permit.
So do we know, because we get, definitely after a storm, you get hammered by roofers, and
yes,
everybody wants to put solar panels on your house.
Yes.
So do we have any idea what the percentage of registered solicitors are that's knocking on our doors?
I know there's a lot out there because I get complaints, and sometimes by the time we can get there, they're gone. And they know what they're doing. They know how to slip in and out, and some of them will say, well, I have a Fort Worth permit. It's like, well, you came across the road and you're in Saginaw, so you need a Saginaw permit. I wish personally that we could just say no soliciting but we can't do that. Oh, Bryn's gone. Bryn says we can't do that because of the First Amendment. They have their rights to be out there. But you do have a right to put your no soliciting sign, your no handbill sign by your front door, and they have to abide by that. If you ever have a problem with it, then you need to call us. But I know there are people, and we do, if a tornado came through or a bad storm, my phone's going to ring off the hook the next morning, people wanting permits, roofers and home improvement people. So let's see.
How long are those permits good for?
They're good for a year.
For a year.
And we charge $100 for the permit, and then they pay a $10 for each person on the permit. So if it's 5, well, then it's $150. So let's see. I send copies of the permits to the police department so they'll be aware of who is out there as well, and then I maintain the permits, the file of the permits issued. I issue nonprofit charitable organization permits. These are the permits that we came up with probably 6 or 7 years ago to allow like Boy Scouts, churches to have their their garage sale type sales at their locations. You can't have that. You cannot have a nonprofit charitable organization permit except on a commercial property. And I keep up with those files because you can only have, a group can have 2 permits a year, a location can have 3 sales at their location per year, so we keep up with those. Some miscellaneous things, I schedule the monthly shredding pickup and handle the invoices for that. I inventory and stock the City Hall paper goods, coffee, water, etc., the stuff in the kitchen. I schedule the City Hall window cleaning, and then I assist other departments as needed with research, events, and whatever else we can do to help them out. And then this last one just shows, I started here in 1982, and just shows some of the positions I've held along the way. I became city secretary in 2009 and certified in 2013, and I've recertified twice. Got over 38 years of service, and somebody asked the other day, so I looked this up. I've worked with 7 mayors and to date 39 council members. So it's interesting. No 2 days alike. It's kind of like ping pong balls. Someday you get something out and get going, and the phone rings and you're doing something else. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate you listening, and that's it.
Appreciate it.
Any questions for Dan?
So if you're out on vacation or sick, who fills in for you?
I plan my vacations around council meetings and around that sort of thing.
Do you need help?
Much as I can always use help.
The answer is yes. As we grow, we're going to have to beef up Janice's office.
At some point, some of it's going to need to be split out because, well, the records requests are just slowly getting more intense and more picky about what they want, and it takes a lot of time to gather that stuff.
We're a lot bigger than when you started.
Yes, we're a whole lot bigger than when I started, and there's a lot there, and it's just like the ladies behind me. There's a lot that goes on in this building. So, but we enjoy what we do, and it's interesting, and it's a good place to be.
So on these open records requests, I know reading on them that if they're too intensive, we're allowed to charge labor rate for that.
We
Do
can.
do that?
Yes. We don't get very many that way.
Yeah.
If we can answer it and put it back into our Just FOIA system, then we don't charge, because then it's up to them to download and print the stuff. If it's something that requires a lot of research, then we can charge. And we can... We don't have a whole lot of those at this point that we can't just download.
Do we charge for Bryn's time? Because he's involved in quite a few of these, right?
He and his staff. He's not doing so much of those anymore.
But Toast is.
Yeah,
Still
Toast is, and we get billed for that. But I don't know that we could turn around because we don't get billed by them until the next month.
Okay.
So that would be and I don't know if that would be legal or not. It might be if it gets into be a big thing, depending on what they want. So, and I'm going to add a commercial. Today was the last day of early voting. I didn't get a chance to see how many voted today. Through yesterday, we had 460. So now, if you haven't voted, your only choice is to vote on Saturday. The local vote centers are at the library next door and at the school administration building, 7 to 7 on Saturday. That's all.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you, Janice.
So
Well done.
Janice, real quick, in your copious amounts of spare time.
Yes.
No, is there anything else that you need other than somebody else to help you?
Some space for all these records would be nice. It'd be nice to have them all in the same place.
Okay.
Instead of, there's some in this room, there's some in that room, there's a whole bunch in Keith's office, there's some in the conference room. Y'all seen that? So, yeah, that would really be nice to have everything together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Most of the file cabinets in my office are not mine.
All right, folks, moving forward. Executive session is thankfully not required. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Valerie, second. Please cast your votes or raise your hand. At 8:50, we're out of here. Thank you all. Thanks for staying late, folks. Appreciate it.